good to go and have a very, very interesting and fascinating day moving forward. Thank you.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 20 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities. Keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debates and discussions. Bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievements. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way. Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding
audio check, 1 2 3
even
mic
amidst
testing,
the
check
crisis.
check, 1 2 3 mic testing, check 1 2 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to one and all. Can you all hear me loud and clear? People at the back? Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for occupying the seats over here at the front in the very first go. So I believe we're all set to start. If we can kindly please close the door over there so that we can get going without any inconvenience. Can we close the door, please, if I may request? Thank you so much. All right, so dear all, a very good morning to everybody. This is your host, Shubhojit Ghosh. I'm an anchor, MC, and YouTube talk show host, and it's my honor and privilege to host all of you over here in this very, very special, the 5th Realty Plus Women Icon Conclave and Awards 2025. Before I get going, I have a humble request for one and all. If I can please keep, requesting all of you to kindly keep your mobile phones in silent mode, because we don't want to genuinely distract any of our speakers who are joining us. So I'll request everybody to please kindly keep their mobile phones in silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this conclave marks a significant milestone transitioning from a virtual platform to an on-ground celebration for the very first time. Yes, you heard it right. Every time we had heard this event online, but this is the very first time this is going to be offline exclusively for all of you because of the wonderful efforts of all of you. So for the very special occasion, can I request all of you to clap and applause just for the fact that this is the very first time this is happening on ground. Thank you so much. With this, it also reaffirms a special cause close to our hearts, recognizing and amplifying the role of women in the workplace. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's theme is all about lead hership. Yes, you heard it right, I emphasized on the her, because leadership, when it also has her, it only gets better. That's why the theme of this year, ladies and gentlemen, is lead hership, changing the power paradigm. It signals more than just a shift. It represents a bold reimagining of leadership through the lenses of diversity, equity, and of course, inclusion. To set the tone for this landmark gathering, we are absolutely privileged to be joined by a distinguished lineup of speakers, trailblazers in their own right, who will be sharing insights on the evolving role of women leaders, the unique challenges and opportunities they navigate, and the distinct business strategies they bring to the real estate sector across multiple verticals. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get set, as today's day is all set to be a great day full of interesting conversations, a celebration, and above all, a catalyst for a unique change. This event is currently being live streamed right now on the Realty Plus website, which is www.rprealtyplus.com, and also on the social media channels. Let me quickly reiterate the social media channels for your convenience. Ladies and gentlemen, on LinkedIn, you can find us as Realty Plus. On Facebook, you can find us as @RP Realty Plus. On X, you can find us as @RP Realty Plus. And on Instagram, the user ID is RP_Realty. So every moment that you're capturing from this unique and special event, please feel free to share them on social media. We look forward to those delightful moments. And please don't forget to tag us. Thank you. Before we begin, I would like to take this humble opportunity to introduce all of you to a special audiovisual of what Realty Plus is all about. So can I please request the console to play the special AV of Realty Plus for our guests over here.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that, by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis, by showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen, it happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality, knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 20 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments, innovating to inspire debates and discussions, bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders, honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Thank you so much. Can I request all of you to give them a big round of applause, everybody? Thank you so much. Realty Plus truly, truly leading the way. And let me mark it specially for all of you that in their 21st year right now and many more years to go. So a huge round of applause for the entire team of Realty Plus and all the great work that they have done over the years. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be going ahead with the inaugural lighting of the lamp and the Ganesh mantra. So to do the honors, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media and BW Business World Media Group, Khurshid Gandhi, Managing Director, Strategic Consulting, Cushman and Wakefield, India, Anamika Gupta, Managing Director, Table Space Technologies, Major Aditi Mohan, Head of Establishment, India and Future of Workplace, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages Private Limited, and Charu Thapar, MRICS ED Property and Asset Management, APAC, Head Strategy Platform and Emerging Markets, India, Indonesia, Thailand, and Philippines, JLL. Can I please request all our esteemed guests over here to join us over here for the inaugural lighting of the lamp and the Ganesh mantra? Yes, and of course the internal team of Realty Plus, Sapna and Tripti. Sapna Srivastav, ladies and gentlemen, the editor of Realty Plus, and Tripti Kedia, the business head of Realty Plus. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have all of your esteemed guests over here for the inaugural lighting of the lamp? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us over here. We would like to play the Ganesh mantra on this note as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as the lamp lighting is being done, can I please request all of you to clap and appreciate that moment? We want to start on a positive and enlightening note, so definitely that helps the cause. Thank you so much to our esteemed guests for doing the honors. Pleasure to have all of you. Can we please play the Ganesh mantra?
Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha.
Thank you so much to our guests.
Nirvignam Kuru.
Thank you so much to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause for all our esteemed guests for doing the special honors that speaks volumes of our culture. We want to pray, and then we want to get going with anything that we want to go ahead with. So that's definitely the deep-rooted, beautiful culture of our wonderful country. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take out this humble opportunity to also thank our partners for the day, as without their support, we truly couldn't have pulled this off. Industry partner, Naritco Mahi, The Real Women and WireNet, gifting partner, Freya, design partner, Motion Madness, business media partner, BW Business World, online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, and of course, organized by the fantastic team of Realty Plus. Realty Plus ke liye, can I please request all of you to clap and appreciate loudly. They keep coming up with these interesting initiatives, and we love being a part of every bit of it. All right, we now will be moving forward to the inaugural address of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, he's known as India's media mogul and is a first-generation serial entrepreneur, a journalist, and an eternal optimist rolled into one. After acquiring the iconic business media and magazine brand Business World, he has expanded BW Business World, Media World into digital events and so many multiple BW communities. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the one and only Dr. Anurag Batra, sir. Please give Dr. Anurag Batra a big, big, big round of applause as he joins us over here on stage for the inaugural address of the day. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you.
Not working?
Audio check. Can you switch this on? Yeah, it's on.
Morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here. Congratulations to all of us and Tripti and Sapna for making this event happen. I would always tell them that do it a face-to-face event. You started it online during COVID, but make it happen. And luckily, I started my career in real estate after studying at MDI in '96. I joined the startup team of Collier's Jardine. Then I work with Anuj. So I can only tell you from that time, the number of women in leadership positions in real estate is a lot more. There can be many more, but clearly this is the right initiative at the right time. As initiatives grow, companies grow, children grow, event IPs also grow. I'm sure over the next few years with the amount of sincerity, domain expertise and the relationships that the Realty Plus team has and the affinity you have for Realty Plus, I'm sure we'll be able to scale it up. When I was last night and early morning thinking about what I'd say to you, I'd say positive things, but I was reflecting on, I'm in Mumbai, it's raining, it rains every year, so there's nothing new about it. The same things happen every year. But I saw yesterday or day before, I can't be sure, on Facebook, somebody posted that we pay 1 lakh square feet in Bandra to face all that we have. 70,000, 80,000 in Worli, 90,000 in Juhu. And what is the quality of our surroundings? What about the cleanliness? What about water logging? What about mosquitoes? I came to Mumbai on Monday evening. I'm not saying there are no mosquitoes in Delhi. I mean, it's marginally better, let's put it this way. But the fact is, and what is the budget of the Mumbai Municipal Corporation? Take a guess. That's right. That's the budget. And we still can't get it right. So if the players in the real estate sector, because you engage with policymakers, you're in the same domain. I was talking to a friend of mine over breakfast. His half leg is in Canada because both his son, daughter who got married live in Canada, and his company is in India, so he spends. And he was saying, for Anurag, for much lower money, you can live a peaceful and very comfortable life in Canada. The quality of life is much better. We love India. All of us, I'm sure, love India. There's no question about that. We are thriving here in every way. But the quality of life can we improve that in some way? And I'm talking of quality of infrastructure. I'm talking of basic things. We're just growing. But are things getting better? That's something we're too busy doing, including me. I'm not any different from you. So I was just thinking that this is a group that can possibly contribute some. Of course, I'm going to urge my friends in the media to be able to take this message to the people who matter. How many of you like reading books? Okay. Has anybody read this book? It's a book I read 6 weeks back or maybe 8 weeks back. I can't be sure. It's called Fluke. It's written by Brian Clough. And the central message of the book is that everything in life is chance, luck, serendipity. It is, we give ourselves too much credit for our success. But actually, I'm a Hindu, so we believe in prarabdha, preordained. So everything is preordained. And the best example is if Donald Trump hadn't ducked, the world would be a very different place, right? It wouldn't be what it is today, yo-yo. My daughter was supposed to go to the US. She's in fourth year college in the US. On 17th, and she left on 10th because she said, I'm not sure, Papa, he may change the visa rules. And, day before yesterday, they actually stopped all new visas. She sent me a text, a poster. So clearly, the world is so, this book is a lovely book. It basically says we give ourselves too much credit for our success, but don't put too much onus on ourselves for our failure. I don't believe anything is in failure. Life is work in progress. Randy Pausch said, experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. And there are many happy stories in it. There's one sad story which I tend to remember and talk about. It's set in September 2001. There are two colleagues, a boy and a girl. They work in a company in the US and they're meeting in New York. They're from different parts of the country. And the girl gets a tie for the male colleague and he wears it on the shirt he's wearing for the day. And she says it doesn't look good. So he goes back to his hotel room and he's ironing his shirt, new shirt, so that he can wear that tie on that shirt. And she goes to the office. The office is in Twin Towers. The planes hit the Twin Towers and she dies and the guy is still alive. So, if she hadn't brought the tie, if she hadn't asked him to change the shirt, possibly both of them would be alive. Possibly both of them may not have been alive. So there are many stories, and really, in my life, life is full of serendipity. So I just wanted to say that whatever we do, it is because of the collective efforts of a lot of people. It is the universe coming together. Now, last year was a watershed year in the media business. Whether you're in real estate, you're in media, you're in consumer goods, you use social media and digital platforms to get your message out, to build relationships with customers. This is a book I read 4 weeks back. Yeah, I bought it in the last week of April at a bookstore in Bombay. And it's a book about a large digital company. And last year was a watershed year in advertising. We hit $1.1 trillion in ADEX, the amount of money spent in advertising, out of which $360 billion comes to mainstream media companies, close to $400 billion. And the rest goes to digital players, close to 700, 650 plus 380, roughly. And the 650, 460 goes to two companies, $460 billion, Meta and Google, right? This is a book about Meta. I'm not endorsing the book, but it's a good read. And basically Sarah was the head of public policy at Meta, and she was earlier a diplomat in the New Zealand government. And she basically says, these big digital companies are evil. They only care about money. I mean, you read the book, it's a book, and it gives you a perspective that they don't care about what happens to your children. They give in to regimes that are not necessarily using social media for positive engagement and so on. There's stories, anecdotes, first-hand anecdotes. My mother passed away 7 months and 4 days back, and this book came to me 3 or 4 days after my mother had passed away. The publisher sent it to me, and we know him, at my age, your age, we can always learn more, but we broadly know the same truths are relevant, and you do the basics, you're home. You learn new tools, but what was eternal, true is eternally true now. It's a lovely book, great storytelling, and there's a particular chapter in the book that caught my attention, and it is about, again, life is about balance, and it talks about a rabbi who carries 2 pieces of paper in his, one in one pocket, one in other, and it's in Hebrew, but I'll talk in English. One piece of paper says, "For my sake the world was created." On the other, he wrote, I am but dust and ashes. So one is, I'm the center of the world revolves around me, I'm very important. The other is, I'm nobody, I'm small. So you do take out, and he would carry this attitude in his pocket, so to say. and depending on where he needed what, he would carry. So life is about role play. We all, as real estate leaders, business leaders, have a role to play. And going back, again, since you're coming from the real estate sector is a derived sector, and the real estate sector has been exuberance last 4 years, 3.5 years. It's revived. Like, these are the industries that are likely to grow, and these are some estimate. One is the e-commerce industry, which means warehousing will grow. And the beauty is, with the e-commerce growing, the retail experience is not going away. The malls are busier and busier and busier. People are going there for experiences. AI software, which didn't exist 6-7 years back, will be a very big industry. And advertising, luckily, is also growing, so on and so forth. So singularity will happen in the next few years. Ray Kurzweil has said it will happen by 2034. It may happen earlier. And artificial intelligence is creating a sea change in how many domains and many industries work. And what we are seeing is tip of the iceberg. There is also hallucination. There is also confabulation. These are real world terms which apply to Gen AI. Because if there is, just to give you a simple example, if there is media, New York Times, Washington Post, our own media has put out certain content. If you do a search, if you put a prompt in Gen AI, it will only be able to use those data sets and that content to give you an answer, right? So if you fed something wrong in the past, it will only give you a wrong answer, or a skewed answer, if not wrong, right? So I wanted to end, you know more about real estate. I'm no longer in the real estate sector. We have a real estate media product, which in August will complete 21 years. This is a book I read 20 years back, roughly. Could be 19, could be 22, I don't remember. Maybe definitely more than 18 years back. And it's a lovely, has anybody read this book? So do you remember what is the central message you got from this book? It's a very simple message. That's the message I think the book intends. That's the message I took. And I follow it now. I didn't follow it for many. Spend time with your loved ones. Your job care, you can be replaced at your job. You can be replaced in social engagements, whatever you do. But you're very dear to your loved ones. You have a very important place in their life. So spend more time with them, whether they're husband, wife, children, parents, friends who are very like family. And I can only tell you that I follow it much more now than I ever did in the last 4 or 5 years. I want to end by saying that the real estate sectors has, I don't know a percentage, maybe Tripti and Sapna, you should do a research at leadership positions, how many women in. But luckily there are many more than they used to be, just looking at the visibility. But I think there is room for growth. It's the first time you're doing it physically, so kudos to you, and I'm sure it will grow. Today in the evening we have our awards in the sector. Of course, there is paucity of land in India. There are new economic centers being developed. Look at the prices in Noida and Greater Noida. Look at the prices in Gurgaon. I'm not even talking DLF. I think sometimes they're out of whack. So I don't know, it's artificial, it's real, or it's the wealth being created which is driving up the prices. But clearly there is some method in the madness. But sometimes for the quality of life, what we are paying in India seems like too much. Maybe I'm getting older, I think about these things a little more than I used to, and just financial progress is not important. I want to end by saying that whatever you do, look after your health. As senior executives and leaders who have responsibilities or team, and with the mobile phone being with us all the time, we compromise on our sleep. Sleep is the most important thing for our health, for mindfulness. How many of you sleep less than 8 hours? About 10 of you, okay, who raised it. How many of you sleep more than 8 hours? 6, 7 of you. So, and how many you sleep 7 hours, rest will be 7 hours, right? Most people, when I ask this question, are 200, 300, 50, 500, most people sleep around 7 hours, 30% sleep less than 6 hours, and about 10% sleep, 15% sleep more than 8 hours. Whatever you do, sleep more than 8 hours because it has long-term impact on your health, your chance of Parkinson's, your immunity comes down, your risk of diseases after 60 goes up. So whatever you do, sleep 8 hours. The world is not going to change. We all are very driven. We have goals, we have dreams, we have responsibilities. But I want to reiterate, Sapna and Tripti, you also raised that you sleep less than 6 hours. That's not good, So I just want to say, whatever you do, look after yourselves. Rest will follow. All the best for this new IP, and thank you for being part of the inaugural cohort and being here. I know it's raining. We still don't have a full audience, but I'm sure as the day goes by, we will have a full audience. And anyway, we'll amplify the content that we have in the room on our digital platforms and on social media. So all the best. In exchange for media, I think out of 16 business heads, 14 are women. And we haven't looked at that we want to hire women. It has, just all our editors are women, all except one. Out of 6 products, except Pankaj heading Samachar for Media. Tasma is our exchangeformedia.com editor. Neeta is our impact editor. Sapna is our Realty Plus editor. Simran is our pitch editor. And Pankaj is the only odd man out. And even in all our sales heads, business heads are women, except our CFO. So I keep saying, I wrote this piece 3 years back when Hindustan Lever, when Mr. Sanjeev Mehta was moving out, and they appointed Mr. Rohit Java, who's outstanding. But I called Noor, who used to work with me in E4M, now she works with me in Business World, her 22nd year of working with me, and I said, Noor, will you write a piece? Yeah, I've already written a piece. They should have appointed Priya. They missed the big chance by not appointing a woman as the CEO of Levers. So I had a very contrarian, but Noor being Noor, I heard her and I said, okay, you write. And I was going to write a piece that day, I didn't. So I let Noor write, and she wrote, basically, HUL missed to appoint a women CEO, and then she gave her point of view why. And she has a nuanced point of view. I think 2-3 months later, I wrote a piece. I said, we cannot afford to be generous and gender. And the basic point I made is that life and growth is about meritocracy, it's not about gender. So I don't think gender has a role to play in growth or in leadership. But yes, the more women we bring in middle rung, and I was reading an article yesterday in a leading business publication, not ours, that how in corporate India, in middle rung, the number of managers who are women should have grown, but it hasn't grown as much as it should. In fact, in some sectors it has declined. So clearly, if the middle management and leadership at the middle will grow, it will clearly create more leaders at the top. And women naturally have qualities of sensitivity and nurturing talent. So, they come naturally to women. They're multitaskers, managing homes and managing businesses. My wife is an entrepreneur, and we've done okay because while I was busy building Exchange for Media, she gave up on her work, and our children could get her time and attention. So I wish you luck, and I'm sure you'll be able to build more women leaders while you build the icons and the organizations that you continue to build. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for all those inspiring words. I think everything that you spoke about, right from the women leaders in the entire ecosystem of your organizations to the notes about sleeping, I think everything is quite valuable and worthy of attention and note. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be going ahead with the first panel discussion of the day. I'll request the hotel staff to please get the chairs sorted on stage. And in the meantime, I'm going to be introducing the topic for the panel discussion, and I'm going to be introducing our speakers and honorable moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an interesting panel discussion on the topic of women leaders leading the change, passion to profession. I'll repeat the topic once again for the panel discussion. This is about women leaders leading the change, passion to profession. I'm going to be introducing our speakers and moderator, and then I'll be requesting all of them to kindly join me on stage together. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be moderated by Khurshid Gandhi, Managing Director, Strategic Consulting, Cushman and Wakefield, India. Khurshid ji has over 20 years of experience in providing real estate advisory services across the country. He has extensively worked on projects with diverse client categories, and his rich experience comprises managing strategic real estate assignments across Africa, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. As speakers, we have the honorable presence of Major Aditi Mohan, Head of Establishment, India and Future of Workplace, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages Private Limited, a former Indian Army officer with nearly 3 decades of distinguished experience. Major Aditi Mohan brings a unique blend of military precision and corporate expertise in general administration, personal management, facilities, and security management. A TEDx speaker as well and a skilled communicator, a professional portfolio encompasses the end-to-end management of facilities and administration. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have with us today Anamika Gupta, Executive Director, Sales, Tablespace Technologies. Anamika ji is a seasoned professional with over 20 years of experience in the hospitality and real estate industries. She brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to her role, driving sales strategies and fostering very, very strong relationships within the industry. Her strong leadership capabilities and deep understanding of market dynamics have been key drivers of her success in her professional endeavors. And we also have with us today Charu Thapar, Executive Director, Property and Asset Management, APAC, Head Strategy, Platform and Emerging Markets, India, Indonesia, Thailand, and Philippines, JLL. She's a senior industry veteran with over 27 years of experience in real estate, out of which almost 2 decades have been in the field of asset and property management. She mentors key emerging markets to provide delivery solutions to clients, promote technology, increase market presence in the PropTech space, strengthen cross-border collaborations, and foster strong partnership with clients to provide further efficiencies and quality services. She's also shepherds JLL's D&I initiatives firm-wide and champions CSR for India. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set, the panel is ready. Can I please request all of you to clap loudly and appreciate the beginning of this very, very, very special event. Can I request all of you to clap louder? Our humble guests at the back, please. Yes, thank you. Stage is set, ma'am. The panel is ready. I request all of you to get going. Thank you.
My apologies. I thought that was off. So on that rather loud note to start with, thank you for coming on board, and lovely to have all of you all here, particularly since you all have been epitome of a lot of the change that we've seen, as the topic says, passion to profession, right? And I'd like to quickly just start off right off the bat. I don't want to hog any attention. I'm going to give it to all to you all, and I'm going to request the audience at some point to ask questions as well, because I'm sure there's a lot that you can share from your perspectives. So very quickly, if I can just ask you all to maybe do a quick introduction, because I'm sure that not everybody knows who you are in your broad journey. But if you could give us a little flavor and take it forward from there, it'll be great. Could I request Adil to start, because I think you started with a very structured background, if you will, and you've moved on to more interesting things.
Hi, good morning everyone, and thank you Sapna, and thank you Dr. Batra for having me here. My name is Major Aditi Mohan, and I'm a former Indian Army officer from the Army Service Corps. Born and brought up in the defense background. Father served for about 30 years in the Indian Armed Forces, retired as a colonel. He's a part, naam to suna hi hoga, air defense. So, of course, I have siblings as well. They also served in the army. I'm married to an army officer. I'm married into the family of forces. Today I work, it's been almost 30 years now. I work as a corporate professional with Hindustan Coca-Cola. I'm the India head establishment, and it's a long journey. It's a beautiful journey, and thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Aditi. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the organizers. Anamika Gupta here. Have led the last 20 years across various industries. All of them have had a common thread, which is real estate. Started with hotels, then was with developers who wanted to build hotels, and the last 9 years odd have been with commercial real estate. Started my current, with my current organization, I started when we had just thought about the idea, so it was like a startup entrepreneurial journey, and it's been very, very intense, but as exciting because I think table space has managed to create a new asset class in the industry of the managed office model, and today it's an accepted way of office leasing. And of course, the best form of complement is when you have more setups doing the same thing that you started out with. So today we have more than a dozen operators in the country today offering the same service. Corporates have lapped up this option because it's very, very flexible. It has a lot of asset-light model around it. And the COVID period just ratified that this model is here to stay. So that's what sums up my experience, and looking forward to the morning here and the discussion right now. Thank you.
Hi, morning everyone. My name is Charu and I currently work with JLL. I have been, like Anamika, I started my journey with the hotels, and in '96 moved on to real estate, and it has been a fantastic journey. A large part of it has been spent in asset services. So I head property and asset management for JLL across 4 countries. It is a very resilient group, and our resilience was tested during COVID because while everyone was closeted inside your spaces, our people were almost like the warriors looking after the spaces that a lot of people lived in and worked in. It's been a fantastic space, and I think to a large degree epitomizes the service delivery that is provided to a lot of our clients. Just like Anamika said, real estate has seen a sea change over the last 2 decades. I'm sure when Dr. Anurag Batra joined Colliers to now, it's a different organization, and what the service industry is doing currently is remarkably different, very technology enabled, and a fantastic space to be in currently. So over to you.
Thank you all for that. Aditi, may I quickly ask, how has your journey been, right? Given the fact that you started out very structured and then you moved on to Hindustan Coca-Cola, very different field. How did you transition, and how did you transition through life? Because life does happen to all of us while we're making plans. So how did it go?
I guess if there are any filmmakers sitting here, probably you'll make up a Bollywood movie out of my journey. And now that I'm in the city of Mumbai, beautiful question, sir, but I will not do justice in just 30 minutes or maybe 2 minutes of my talk out here. The Indian Armed Forces is a very, very respectable and a very beautiful organization. I think we've already seen that in the recent times with Operation Sindoor all over out there. With 8 years in the Indian Armed Forces, of course, it didn't come it wasn't really my aim to be in the army in the first place. Like any one of you out here, I was a good student, अच्छा बच्चा था, पढ़ना चाहता था. There was a fad at those time, and I wanted to do my MBA. With my older sister having joined the Indian Armed Forces, I think even then I didn't get inspired to really wear the olive greens. What happened was we had gone to receive my sister for the first time at the railway platform, and I'm from Allahabad, a very small city in the north of India in the state of Uttar Pradesh. And as she was climbing down the stairs, we were on the wrong platform. She was in her uniform, wearing just one star on her shoulder. As she was coming down the stairs, we had a JSU Sahiban who was sitting out there in the platform, and he was smoking a beedi. I'm sure you know what is a beedi. The moment he saw that young officer who was barely 23-year-old in uniform with just one star on her shoulder, this man got up, threw his beedi on the platform, and जो भी वो बेचारा विश्राम में था वो धक, he got into Savdhan. And as she neared, he said, Jai Hind Sahab. The moment he said that, that was the turning point in my life. I said, MBA ko rakho side pe, let's start preparing for the Indian Armed Forces. A lot of rigor, a lot of discipline. It is a hierarchical structure out there in the Indian Armed Forces. The moment you wear that uniform, very different world altogether. Out there in the civil world, things are very different. You feel that this is all glamour when you're in the olive greens, but we've seen a share of battles. Today you see Operation Sindoor, but I've been very fortunate. I shouldn't be saying that, but I'm very fortunate that I was a part of OP Vijay, which is famously known as Kargil War and Operations, Parakaram. Every human being who has worn the olive greens aspires to, we get trained for that, aspires to be part of the battles or the wars at any point of time in their life. I know civilians find it difficult and different, but that's what we are trained for. My transition from the Indian Armed Forces to the corporate, it didn't obviously happen overnight. Everything was for love. The man that I was in love with, he decided to one day give up his olive greens, and of course, that took me to the corporate world. 2004, I decided to take the plunge. The moment I got into the corporate world, yet another Bollywood story. I used to travel every day, drive every day. I was posted in Delhi, and after my office hours, I used to pick up this little kinetic Honda that I had, Sensation, LML Vespa Sensation, drive it on the roads of Gurgaon. Now you've got beautiful roads in Gurgaon, but those times, ask me. And there used to be just one shipbuilding out there, and I think most of you know that shipbuilding. And I would go there, ask people around, aapke paas job hai? And that's the time they used to say, you don't know how to really go about it. I said, no. Niche ek guard hota tha. Fortunately, he was from the forces, a retired JCO sahab, and he said, sir, साहब ऐसे नहीं ढूंढते नौकरी, आपको ना ऊपर जाके एक फौजी साहब मिलेगा 11th floor पे. And the organization was Kargil. So I thought, very nice, यहाँ पे भी कारगिल है. So it started with a C for sure. He's the one who guided us that you need to pick up a consultant, you need to make a resume. Today people must be thinking what a fool I was. I didn't even know what is a resume. I don't even know, what's a consultant. But that's the fact. That's the reality. During those days, we really did not know what it was. And of course, very difficult, but time hoga to fursat mein aapko kabhi batayenge. But when I went to give my first interview, and that was for the role of a transport manager for an organization called Converges. There were 10 boys and 1 woman. बहुत अच्छा interview किया. The HR female came, she said, you're my favorite and you've done so well. The person who actually interviewed me, I didn't realize he was a Fauji, because he didn't look like a Fauji. He was as fat as I am today. And he took me in a corner and he said, आओ तुम्हें lunch खिलाते हैं. I said, चलिए sir. And of course I didn't like it. I said, okay, fine, but we are Faujis. And this gentleman asked me, this is not how you enter the corporate world. आप ऐसा करो, get into the facilities. Now I don't know what is facilities. At that time I did not know what is facilities. I said, sir, I'm from the MT battalions, Mechanical Transport Battalion from the Army Service Corps. I've never served in a supply depot. And all I've done is vehicles, and all I've done is, taking ammunitions. All I've done is transportation. So why do you think I can't do this? नहीं नहीं, ये ना जाट्स हैं. ये drivers जो है ना तुम्हें मार डालेंगे. I said, sir, I'm married to one. So that aside, and I got rejected. So that was the first slap on my face. That, having worn the olive greens with a Shoka chakra on your shoulder, आपने बंदों के साथ जंग लड़ी हुई है, आप तंबू में रहते हैं, आप खिचड़ी खाते हैं, You know, that's what, it's a very tough life. You've done all of that. You've led convoys, you've been at the borders, and then you're here and you fall flat because you are a woman. This is, you know, get into the facilities. I said, all right, never mind. We'll do that as well. To the extent, we even, both of us, me and my husband, we even gave the BPO exam. We went to career cruise, voice accent, this accent, that accent, सब हमने clear किया. वो first में second, हम तो मजा आ गया, हम तो party. Like, very good, this is the way to enter a BPO. And then yet again, the papers went up, and this lady, she came down and she said, are you Udita's sister? And I said, oh, you're Kanchan Didi. We were posted together in the city of Mao, and she was an army officer's daughter, and she said, get out. This is not how the army officers are supposed to enter the corporate world. You need to do well because you people are Fauji's. Your field is infrastructure, real estate, security, transportation. This is what you do. You cannot be a call center agent. So that is how much aware we were. But from the Indian Armed Forces to the corporate world, really it has been a roller coaster ride. Really it has been a lot of learning and unlearning. Because हम फौजी जब सिविल में आते हैं तो हमारा कंधा ऊंचा होता है, हमारी नाक ऊंची होती है, हम अपने आप ही चाहे 5 फुट 3 इंच के हो, हम अपने आप 6 फुट के होते हैं. So realities hit you when you have an 18-year-old girl, when you have a 23-year-old woman standing in front of you and saying, hi Aditi, how are you? And that's the first thing, the first shocker of your life. Because in Forge, it's all about hierarchy, the ranks. And then you come down to Mother Earth. So there's a lot of learning, unlearning that you need to do. I've been able to manage it well. Tough times though, because each time you get counseled. It has been definitely, I wouldn't say very exciting, but of course, today when I look back and say, it's been really amazing for me because I had to learn a lot, and 22 trainings in a gap of 2 years, the soft skill trainings that you famously call, we had to do a lot of that. But yeah, I mean, that's a little insight into what it was, sir.
Thank you for that. Anamika, I've seen, I mean, a few of your posts, right? And you've definitely pivoted over time. And one of the things I think your messaging is, don't wait, right? Go for it. How would you take that philosophy and inspire a world of people out there?
Yes, I think it's all about telling everybody that you meet, creating an impact and a lasting impression, and how you inspire somebody. It could be a college student, it could be your friend's son, it could be your friend's sister, right? So how I tend to leave an impact is whenever I meet somebody of the younger generation, the Gen Z or whatever. See, for the longest time, IIMs and IIT graduates never looked at real estate as an industry to begin a career in. For some reason, it was looked down upon, right? Everybody wanted to work for the Big Four, wanted to work with the Hindustan Levers and all of that. I think getting people to understand that even real estate can be as complicated and as complex an industry, and you need intelligent people, you know, from Ivy League to come in here to change the perception of the industry and to create an impact. It's no longer entry barriers are zero. You've had the local broker who's doing the churn in the micro location. So the way I look at the change is internal and external. Internal is at a personal level in your social interactions, how you present your industry, how you create your curiosity for it, and how you tell people this is an interesting space, I have done much, people know what you've done, and then you lead them to come into that. And externally is within your organization, how you impact the second rung and the third rung of leaders to continue the journey, to be at it. It's not easy. Real estate from the outside looks a certain way, but when you're inside, you have to be a market maker, a market mover. And it's not easy. It takes the strong to survive. And for women, it's I would say everybody would acknowledge it's not easy to break in. It's a very close-knit community, and you have to be, I think, relentless, a lot of grit and a lot of perseverance to keep doing the same thing every day, and build in excellence. So it is about how much of people, A, are curious, and 2, inspired by it. I think that's been my little bit of leaving an impact for the better.
Thank you. Let me ask you this, Charu, right? You've been perhaps in a far more larger structured organization than most of us have been in, and you've grown in that pretty significantly, 4 countries as you mentioned. You've seen how times have changed. I mean, Anamika kind of neatly mentioned how what real estate was, right? Frankly, when I entered the industry over 20 years ago, and I was in EY at that point in time, I told my folks I'm switching to, at that point CBRE, and I said, they asked me what it was, and I said, it's a real estate services firm, and they said, you're going to become a broker? And I'm pretty sure we all ran across that, right? And today it's a respected, well, let's call it a relatively respected profession. So, how has that particular journey been, given how you've seen the rise, not only of yourself, but of other ladies through the organization? I think it's a very good benchmark to perhaps talk of the industry, and and I'd request everyone after your inputs to give their inputs of how they've seen their industry and perhaps seen more ladies come through. And if you could all give me your thoughts on what we can do better, both structurally and as an organization, maybe socially, it'll be great to hear that.
I think I'll start with an anecdote to what you said, oh, you're going to become a broker. So 96, I studied hotel management and was working with the Taj Group when Colliers Jardine at that time was a joint venture with HDFC and ILFS, and we had an Australian managing director who approached me at the hotel. And he said something that stayed with me and which made me switch, right? Was that it's all about client servicing, right? Is when I moved over to property and the services industry. And I think since then, I still think that the industry remains predominantly male-dominated. However, we see a lot of women at the entry level, right? And I think that's true for many, many industries, right? A lot of women at the entry level, but as they grow up to middle and senior management, it rapidly declines, right? So I think what we need to do is that, and I'll come back to the anecdote later, is as organizations really handhold people through their career life. And I think give the excitement a place of respect and a future when women tend to drop off that slope. And there are 3-4 times when that tends to happen. One, after entry level, when girls get married, they tend to follow what their spouses do. Second, when they have babies. Third, when the kids grow up and are at sensitive times, grade 11, 12, 10, and off to universities. And the fourth is when you're responsible for your elderly care. Organizations need to have a far more wider outlook in wanting to support the women leaders or that pipeline through these 4, so to say, barriers, right, in their journey. And I do think organizations, a lot of at least the top Fortune 200 companies have fantastic policies around it to nurture women to continue to grow, flexi, bringing women back to work, continuing to allow people to work from home, etc. And I think COVID played a huge role in allowing for virtual working, and I think that large-heartedness needs to exist. Having said that, I think real estate continues to depend on 3 large pillars, right? One is the clients, and clients want face-to-face interaction. Second is people. We are a people-driven industry, and again, that connect has to be made. And third, I think element is technology, which has supported a lot of what women can achieve, even during the times when they are unable to be physically available at work. And I think women need to believe in themselves. It can't just be, one-sided. We as people need to have that firm resolve early on in our life, and that's what we go and tell when we are recruiting. As girls, you need to be very, very clear in what your future needs to chart out for you, right? And those discussions, and we were discussing about this, Khushid, need to happen when you're choosing your life partner, right? You need to be very clear in articulating what your aspirations and dreams in life are. And I think that's the confidence we need to give our girls, that's what you need to really believe in and stand by. So I think that's what I would say, that, supporting the girls, the new generation, and ensuring that they stay put firmly in whatever they, choose to do.
Thanks, Charo. I will not repeat everything that you said because it would be repetition, but I would like to say around 2000, I think real estate really started changing, whether it was residential sales, where the house prices went above 2 crores, possibly for the first time. In real estate, in commercial leasing, suddenly you wanted somebody who looked well-groomed and who could speak well. So there was a transition from a lot of hoteliers into real estate. And yes, I think you are an ex-hotelier, I am an ex-hotelier, and I did come after many years into commercial real estate, but for some reason, if women kind of look at only these two aspects to come in, then you'll be limited growth potential within an organization. You need to come into real estate with the right education. You need to be financially savvy because real estate is an intensely complicated industry and it's all financial. So if you don't understand it, you are not going to grow beyond a point. So women should come into this industry equipped with the knowledge to kind of so that cannot be a roadblock for you to grow in an organization. And also a lot of IT companies, a lot of the consulting big fours have these programs of back to work after women have taken the break, marriage, babies, whatever. They are all very critical and they help society. But I think real estate as an industry class also needs to advocate this. There's one thing about diversity, inclusion, but you have to walk the talk a little more. So I think if those kind of initiatives will really help a woman go that extra mile. Aditi, over to you.
So I'm going to deviate a little from the topic because I kind of feel that, they're all on the same side. They're talking about real estate, right? And that's not fair. But I'm so much with you all. So I'm going to go back to the why women need to be in that space. Just show up, guys. I think it's enough. Just show up. I'm very fearless. I don't care. You need to educate yourself. You have to do something, just be visible. बहुत सिंपल सा एक नुस्खा है और वो मैंने किया है और मैं आज भी करती हूँ. Those of you who follow me on LinkedIn, I make sure I share what I do in my life. My life is too transparent for everyone because I don't know, end of the day, whom I'm inspiring. And there are people who walk up to me and tell me, "Ma'am, आप अच्छा लिखते हो." लिखो, दिल से लिखो. If you learn something, do it. And do it well. What played up with me was my being very, very straightforward about certain things. I draw a line. I make sure I'm vocal about a lot of stuff. She just said, walk the talk. Please walk the talk. It cannot be a part of the book. जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. It's very simple. Please make sure you're visible, you show up, you're fearless. I go away with a very simple mantra that I've built for myself, and to date I follow it, because if I inspire my own husband and he gets inspired today, he said, "Jo aap kar sakte ho, hum char milke nahi kar sakte." Okay, I'm not talking about my dogs here. I'm actually talking about, the gentlemen who are handling different verticals in his organization. वो security head है, एक real estate head है, एक admin head है, एक transport head है. But been very fortunate to handle the entire gamut. So, it's possible, we can do it. She spoke about COVID. But who ideally did COVID task forces? Can I be very blunt about it? I did COVID task forces. Today we have 3 groups which I merged into one. I saved 10,000 lakh of lives out here across India. Globally, no, I couldn't have done that. Are we connected today? Yes, we are. Was I brought down by a lot in the initial days? Yes, I was. What did I do? It drove me to ensure that I'm saving lives. Someone just said, right? Aap kariye na kaam. Kerala floods. Was Bangalore basement of my office the biggest basement for Kerala floods? The stuff that was coming around? Yes, it was. Was it official? No, it wasn't. My boss, who's a Keralite, walks up to me and says, Major, आपने 20 trucks निकाल दिए. आपने 220 tons of material भेज दिया. Not when the water was receding, when the water was there. This is even during the office hours. He said, हम आज तक सोच रहे हैं हमें केरला में क्या भेजना है. That is the time you need to show up, guys. You need to do something out of your comfort zone. Yes, job is important. What is more important is being human. It made me human. It didn't come overnight for sure. It definitely didn't. As I said, I'm from the army. The pride, the honor, this, that, wo sab rehta hai. But how do you actually do it in the civil? My mantras that I'm going to leave with you all, I strictly go by 3 PVs. And when I say 3 PVs is of course the highest gallantry award, the Paramveer Chakra. The 3 P's for you. And the first P, please be patient in life. Everything comes in good time. I've been extremely patient in life, my personal life, my professional life. That really, really plays up. Second, persevere. Please make sure that you get what you want. Be at it. Paro, educate ho. Learn from these leaders. Learn from each one of you. In fact, the failures set you up for being successful in life. I've faced a lot of failures. A lot of failures. And that made me understand that, boss, it's important. ऐसा है, आज आप गिरे हो, खड़े तो होना पड़ेगा. और हम खड़े हुए. और कोशिश बरकरार रही. That is there. The last, of course, the last P, keep looking pretty. I've learned my makeup from Facebook. No. What I meant is when you want to look pretty, please keep your character very, very clean. Extremely clean. Your integrity, your honesty in the end really makes a difference. मेरे लिए बहुत फायदे में रहा. My 3 V's, and I'll actually grant it to my husband because he was the one, and I learned a lot of stuff from my father, my husband, all good men in my life. And in fact, my best bosses, okay, I'm being sarcastic here, my best bosses, okay, they taught me a lot in life. Someone talked about pregnancy, right? Women coming back to work. I was carrying my baby on the 89th day. 89 days मिलते थे आपको. मेरा दूसरा बच्चा पैदा हुआ था. 89th day I had to be in office. I was not allowed to do my MBA when I wanted to do with my 2 children. I was not given that opportunity when I was working for a multinational company that today believes in DE&I. DE&I आज आया है. पहले नहीं होता था. उस समय पे social media नहीं होता था. So these things have come up. So please be at it. Be fearless. My 3 V's for you. You know, focus in life is important. Have your vision. Be happy. Stay vivacious. ये ऊपर के 5 कर लोगे ना, ultimately the victory is going to be at your doorstep. You will sit here at 51 and you'll enjoy these forums and then you will give all that you've faced in life. So that is from my side to all the beautiful women out here and all the handsome men across the board. And I believe you are all handsome, don't worry. I have a very handsome husband, but I'm sure you're the handsome for your better halves and the best girlfriends around.
So I guess they've given, Major Aditi has shared her mantras, and I think all of us have had some, elements we've stood by and reached where we have. I would like to add that, one, please be confident and let your family come first. Articulate that at work. No one is going to begrudge you that. But you have to respect that yourself. Men do, right? They have to go pay the kids' fee. They have to attend their, annual day. They're quite proud about it. I don't know why women hesitate. So let your family come first. Second, Have your band of tribe outside work. Have your, girlfriends, boyfriends outside of work whom you can go grab a coffee with, talk about, who really don't care what you do at work, right? That conversation is absolutely different from what you do face to face. Extremely important to keep your mental balance. And third, do not take yourself seriously. Have a sense of humor about whatever is happening, right? As women, you will face many biases. Do not take everything seriously, right? Everything is not a crusade you have to fight against, right? Your grit and determination will often see you through whatever biases you face. So I would stand by these three things in life, which have held me in very good stead.
Thanks. I think I'll just add my 2 bits to it. I think we all are a sum of our experiences. We may study something and never have a career in that, and don't beat yourself up to it. It's okay. Whatever you learn is never wasted. You have to find what resonates with you. Are you an extroverted person? Do you like to meet new people? Do you like research? Do you like numbers? Once you find out what resonates with you, you're going to spend 10 hours a day, every day doing that. You got to love it. You got to be able to want to learn more in that. Only then will you grow as a person and as a professional. Find what resonates with you, and it could be completely different from what you studied. It's okay. It never goes to waste. The dots always connect up at some point or the other. Find out what you love and try to make a career in that.
I remember my husband telling me, so, since we were talking about how you change from innocently beautiful to shamelessly bold. That's the journey of life. But that's okay, ladies and gentlemen. It's just okay. You need to do what you need to do.
So we are essentially a sum of our obsessions, if you will. Perfect. So I'll ask the last question since we're running out of time. And of course, it's all to the three of you all. How do you see the future of work going? And this is, of course, corporate-ish time question. We should ask that. And how do you see ladies such as you all changing the face of things, particularly changing how work and how things change for us all economically?
I think AI and technology is going to play a huge part in how we work and our workspaces respond to us. With regard to grit and determination, I think as females in the workforce, we need to have and persevere, as Major Aditi also just mentioned. So I think continue the learning journey, do not stop. AI is going to play a very important part. So let's learn on how we can use it to our benefit. It is going to impact the manner in which we work. And it will be a really powerful tool if we are able to embrace it in the right manner. That's what I would say.
I think work has changed. It's never coming back to how office work was before COVID. So that has changed almost 99%. So first we need to accept that, embrace that. Secondly, try and see how you can include, like she said, AI and data analytics into your workforce, because without that, sooner or later, your business will go obsolete. And the way I see bringing in a small bit of change at a personal level is bringing empathy into your workspace, into your organization, into your day-to-day interactions with clients or internal stakeholders. I think that should be that meaningful bit that you bring at an individual level.
So I'll sum it up in just 3 very broad-headed words: accountability, ownership, and collaboration. I think forums like these talk about, when you're talking about AI and all, please, first of all, educate yourself. Very important. We talk of AI, we open up a chat GPT and we start replying things, right? Which is good, which is actually very good. I have my boys and girls in my team. They wouldn't be able to write one sentence of English, which is again fine. I don't care about English and Hindi. I myself talk in Hindi a lot, which is perfectly all right for me. But it really amazes me when I see them really making things so well presentable. I don't have to do the hard work, which is good. So take the ownership, start working with each other. When we talk about these forums, let it be more collaborative. Let's do the best sharing practice in the real sense. We don't really do that, right? Let's do this because you just spoke about future of work. You know, AI, fair enough, but then if we have designers out here, we've got the architectural, you know, the gatherings, the groups, you've got Wirenet sponsoring you, right? Let's do something very meaningful when we're talking about the corporate space. And we're all in the corporate space right now. So for me, that would be it. So let's take accountability, ladies and gentlemen, and that's how it goes. And someone I saw is staring at us and he says, time is up.
Unless they want to ask questions.
Unfortunately, sir, since we are running late, apologies is all that I can offer. But of course, any questions over here, please feel free to connect with them in the networking zone. And I believe if the session is done, please give them a big round of applause. They definitely deserve every bit of it. Thank you so much. I'll request Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, to kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. Can we have the token of appreciations over here for our speakers, please? Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost a full house. Can I have some more clapping, appreciation, and noise around it, please? Thank you. And I think kudos to Realty Plus for another thing which I have observed and which you all will see going forward for all the sessions. Each and every session, each and every panel, you will see some fantastic women leaders and women speakers, and the moderators, all of them are interesting and experienced, insightful men. So I think kudos to Realty Plus for putting this format as well, where you have a male moderator alongside some fantastic women speakers. So kudos to Realty Plus. Zor se ek aur baar taaliyon ki goonj for Realty Plus, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our esteemed speakers. Please be careful, ma'am. Yeah, thank you so much. Pleasure. All right, so what I'll do is we'll quickly clear the stage. We'll quickly clear the stage before we move on to the next session. So, yeah, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, after the first panel discussion, we are all set to witness a special keynote address. Please check. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a special address on leading with purpose. And of course, when you have a topic like this, you have a visionary leader as well amongst you. So of course, it's going to be an honor and privilege to hear her speak. What I'm going to do is, in the meantime, when the chairs are being replaced, I'm going to be introducing her. And then once the stage and the podium is ready, then we would love to hear her speak. Ladies and gentlemen, we have somebody truly, truly special. She's an eminent women leader at JLL. I beg your pardon, she's an eminent women leader with over 28 years of experience in banking and real estate. Prior to JLL, she was the managing director, head of global subsidiary coverage group, Deutsche Bank India, and a member of the Deutsche Bank India Executive Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, now at JLL, she is a member of the firm's Asia Pacific Executive Board and also chairs the India Leadership Council. It's my humble honor and privilege to call upon stage the one and only, the visionary, the incredible Miss Radha Dheer, CEO and country head, JLL, on stage. Please give Radha ma'am the biggest round of applause as she comes over here on stage. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us over here. Honored to have you. Welcome. You would want to use this mic? This mic? Okay, superb. Please give her a big round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you, and over to you.
Okay, that's an overwhelming introduction. I'm not used to that. Good afternoon, everyone. What a privilege to be here, and thank you, Reality Plus, for inviting me. I don't know if I would describe myself as a visionary leader. The topic given to me is leading with purpose. but as you can see, if you'd seen the agenda earlier, it was leading with purpose, women building businesses. I got that changed yesterday to just leading with purpose. When I was told about this topic, it took me back to January 2021. Let me tell you the story. I just joined JLL as the Chief Executive Officer for India, and I get a bouquet of flowers and a really kind note from a well-wisher friend of mine saying, "Congratulations, Radha, for becoming the first woman CEO at JLL India." And it was a beautiful bouquet. So I sent him the note back with a thank you, and I just cut first woman. So the note simply read, "Radha, congratulations for becoming the CEO at JLL India." Leadership for me is gender agnostic. And that's how it should be. I embrace the fact that I'm a woman, as you can see. I'm very proud of being a woman, but I'm a leader. And I don't overthink the fact that I'm a woman leader. So let's come to the topic. What does purpose mean to me? I was like, how should I describe this? Should I do this long, boring speech just before lunch? I don't think so. So I said, let me make purpose into an acronym and describe what purpose means to me. So we have 7 letters, and what does each letter stand for? I don't have a presentation. I'm going to be speaking. So let's come to P, the first alphabet. Passion. That P stands for passion. So one of the thought leaders I really admire is Simon Sinek. I'm sure a lot of you read about him and listen to him. So he says, and I'm going to read this out, "Working hard for something we don't care about. Working hard for something we don't care about is called stress. Working hard for something we love is called passion. And passion is at the center of everything that a leader does, is at the center of what drives a leader. It brings its energy. I feed on energy. I'm very passionate about everything that I do, whether it's personal, whether it's professional. Personally, whether it's on my fitness, whether it's on my music, I give everything my full passion. And as a leader, you have to be passionate. You have to bring energy. And that drives confidence into your team. So you cannot be a leader without passion. Let's come to you. Utmost integrity. This, for me, is non-negotiable. And what is integrity? It is the foundation of trust. And as leaders, we have to hold ourselves to the highest ethical standards. This is non-negotiable. And what is high ethical standards? It's being honest, it's being transparent, and more importantly, being consistent in your actions and your words. If you uphold the highest ethical standards, you will inculcate trust in your team, and that will bring about loyalty. And that's what we need as leaders. Let's come to R. No surprises. If any one of you would have made this acronym, you would have chosen the same word: resilience. Nobody's career journey is an upward graph. There will be obstacles, there will be setbacks, and oh my God, there will be failures. If you meet any leader and they say, "You know what, I've had this success, I was so focused, everything's been great," they're talking bullshit. I've had my fair share of setbacks, obstacles, failures, challenges. I've been through a financial crisis. I've been through COVID. At that time, I took a bold step of leaving the job I was at. I mean, we've all gone through our share. Everyone over here, all of you are extremely inspiring leaders, women and men. And we've all gone through our fair share of challenges. But what sets a leader apart is the ability to bounce back. It's the ability to keep moving forward. And that is what is resilience. And that inspires your team. You have to have that ability. Let's come to the other P. People first. We are as good as our team. Surround yourself with people who are more talented, smarter than you. I am not the smartest person at JLL India, believe me, but I have the smartest people around me. And empower your team. Give them that safe space to grow. One person cannot do everything. You have to put your people first. Empower them, give them the space, watch them grow, and see how success comes. So people first. O. Well, people who know me know that O is optimism for me. I'm an extremely positive person, and I always have a positive attitude to everything that happens in life. And this has helped me as a leader. Why? You don't want to see a depressed leader walking in like this into the office. You have to be optimistic. You have to bring energy into the room. And there will be obstacles, but optimism and energy will help you come up with solutions, innovative thinking, and that's what it has done for me, being optimistic. And the people who work with me in my team, and Charu's here and Namita's here, they'll tell you, I don't get stressed. If there is a crisis, I will not focus on why did this happen. Let's talk about how do we come up with a solution. We can do the analysis paralysis later to ensure that we don't have a future crisis like this. But when a crisis happens, instead of focusing on the why, think of the how to address the situation. So optimism. Then let's come to S. Now this was a tricky one. I was thinking S. Strategy, sincere, service. What should S stand for? For me, this S is storytelling. I cannot tell you how important being a storyteller is for a leader. I'm narrating a story here. As a leader, you have to have that ability to narrate a story. You're going to narrate a story of the growth of your business. You're going to narrate stories to external boards, to external clients, to your leadership. More importantly, to your people. You're going to narrate the story of your vision, and they are going to follow you. Michelle Obama, there's a quote by her, and I've written it down. She said, telling your story is not boasting. Telling your story is not boasting. It's how you build belief in yourself and in others. Storytelling, that's the S. Let's come to last but not the least, E. Evolution. Albert Einstein used to say, the day you think you know everything, the day you believe you've learned everything, is the beginning of the end. We have to keep evolving. We have to keep learning. And there are different ways to learn. Attending a conference like this is learning. You heard from such esteemed leaders at the panel before. Online learning, attend panels, read. I read a lot. I recently took a break and went to Stanford to attend an executive program. Oh my God, it was mind-opening for me. You have to keep learning. And why? As organizations, as leaders, we have to keep adapting. We have to be nimble. The environment around us is changing so fast. Go back to history and think of organizations which were so emotional about their business models and didn't adapt quickly. Does anyone know BlackBerry? It doesn't exist. You have to evolve. You have to keep learning. So leading with purpose is leading with passion, with utmost integrity, resilience, people-first attitude, I have to get the spelling right, optimism, storytelling, and evolution. That, for me, is leading with purpose. Leadership is not easy. You will come across lots of challenges. You will come across lots of setbacks. You will have to have the ability to keep overcoming that. Failing is inevitable. Like I said, I've faced multiple failures in your life. But remember this, fail forward. Just remember this, fail forward. And since this was a Women Icon Awards, and there are a lot of women leaders here, I have to say this. It's on a lighter note, what Margaret Thatcher used to say. If you want something said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman. Thank you.
Ma'am, I'll quickly request you to please kindly wait on stage, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to be calling Sapna Srivastav over here on stage to kindly give ma'am the token of appreciation. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being over here, and I think there's something to learn from her stories. I think it takes a lot to share about not just your strengths and your greatest times and milestones, but also the times when you didn't have the best of moments, and I think what I've learned is that comeback is always greater than the setback. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll also quickly call Tripti Kheria on stage as well to kindly give ma'am the token of appreciation. Once again, the biggest round of applause and cheers for Radha ma'am, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when the photos are being taken, can we have some more clapping and appreciation and participation from your end as well, please? Thank you so much, ma'am. Honor and pleasure to have you. We look forward to having you in the upcoming years as well. Thank you. Can we quickly get the chairs on stage for the next panel discussion? Ma'am, your file. Sorry, I was looking for you over there. Can we quickly get the chairs on stage for the next session? We have a panel discussion, so can I request the hotel staff to get the chairs on stage for the next panel discussion? And I just want a quick go ahead and heads up. Do we have all our speakers ready for the next session? Sapna? I'm sorry to interrupt the conversations. We have all our speakers ready? Superb. So can we quickly put the chairs on stage, please? So we need 6 chairs on, I believe 5 chairs on stage. Yeah. Thank you so much. Give them a big round of applause as well, please. Working hard to put the chairs on stage. Can I request all of you to give them a big round of applause as well? Definitely means a lot in terms of efforts. So what I'm going to do is, in the best interest of time, when the chairs are being put and sorted, I'm going to be introducing the topic for the second panel discussion. I'm also going to be introducing our speakers and moderator in the meantime. And once I'm done doing the introductions of all of you, I'll request all of you to please kindly join me on stage together. All right, so moving forward, this panel discussion is going to be about female founders scaling business with purpose. I'll repeat the topic once again for the panel discussion. This is going to be about female founders scaling business with purpose. This talk will be led by Mr. Ajay Sharma, Managing Director, Valuation Services at Colliers, India. Ajay ji has over 20 years experience in undertaking real estate valuation and advisory across India, Sri Lanka and the Maldives. He has been at the forefront of delivering accelerated growth and success for clients ranging from private equity funds to government agencies with invaluable and unique industry-leading insights. His core strengths relate to property valuation and advisory services for both personal and real properties. Please give Mr. Ajay a big round of applause as he joins us over here on stage. Thank you. What I'm going to do is now I'm going to be calling up on stage our speakers in alphabetical order, and I'll request all the speakers to join me on stage together after all the introductions are done. Our speaker we have with us today, Hema Malini Uppur, Chief Executive Officer, Nina Percept Private Limited. Hema Malini ji brings with her over 25 years of extensive experience in esteemed organizations. Her professional journey began with the Railway Corporation Limited, Government of India, followed by positions at State Bank of Travancore, Skyline Constructions and Housing Private Limited, Godrej Properties Limited, Total Environment Building Systems, and most recently as the Honorable Vice President and Regional Head, Engineering South at Tata Realty Infrastructure Limited. We also have with us today Nidhi Agarwal, Director, Signature Global India Limited. Nidhi ji has been instrumental in expanding the company portfolio into premium and luxury segments. She combines global insights with strategic acumen, and her expertise spans across business development, finance, HR, and customer relationship management, ensuring operational excellence and extraordinary client experiences. Her leadership reflects a commitment to redefining real estate through innovation, efficiency, and of course, a customer-first approach, something that's very important. We also have with us today Nidhi Marwa, founder and CEO, Ananta Karma Tattva India Private Limited. Nidhi ji is a mompreneur, I love that word, storyteller and a creator of experiences. Her career has spanned more than 25 years in the hospitality and premium real estate industry, and she covers leading names like Taj Group of Hotels, Intercontinental Hotels Group, and Marriott Hotels in Hyderabad. She joined the Executive Center for the launch of the first India Center in Mumbai and oversaw its growth in India, Sri Lanka, and the Middle East. She founded Ananta Karma Tattva, a premium co-working space company, in the year 2024, and ever since that it has been going strong. We also have with us today Sarah Jacob, Director, Trine Holdings. Sarah Jacob has over 20 years of experience in consulting and real estate development. She started her career in IT consulting and has worked for over a decade in MNCs like Accenture, IBM in central London, and many more. Sarah moved into India in 2010 and has worked on residential, commercial, and hospitality projects and has in-depth understanding of the real estate business in the country. She is also, ladies and gentlemen, an active part of the CREDI national team and is currently the CREDI National Secretary, Women's Wing, from the year 2023. Please give all our esteemed speakers a big round of applause as they join us over here on stage. Can I please request all our speakers to join me over stage here, please? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, people at the back, the clapping and appreciation can get a lot louder. This is Mumbai. This is the spirit of Mumbaikars. Can I please request आप लोगों को जोर से तालियों की गूंज. Let's not make it feel like we have room for more people. तालियों की गूंज उतना जोर से होना चाहिए कि लगे पूरा हाउस भारी है. एक और बार कर सकते हैं on a countdown of 1, 2, and 3. Yes, that's how we do it. Thank you, sir. And over to you. Can we please update the timer for the reference of our speakers? You can follow the timer over there. Thank you. Over to you.
Thanks a lot. So first, I would like to thank Realty Plus for calling me out here and providing me an opportunity to have a conversation with 4 illustrious professionals who have donned multiple roles in their lives. So it's going to be an insightful journey for me in this panel discussion. What is very important is today, I do not want to dwell on gender roles in real estate sector because these women have truly deserved the positions where they are standing. So we are not going to talk about the challenges, how they broke this glass ceiling and they've come up. But rather today, without any exception, we will try to take insights from them that as every business owner or professional, we can value and try to implement in our own course to grow and achieve what we set out to achieve for. Now, this particular topic is a very interesting topic. So on stage with me, I have second generation leaders. I have a professional who has worked in hospitality industry and who has worked in office sector and then today is working on something very innovative. I also have a professional who has done multiple roles in engineering, a very, very man-centric sector, but has held her own. And today she is among the key management personals in one of India's leading waterproofing company. So I will start with you, Nidhi. Sorry, Ms. Marwa. Let me put it. We have 2 Nidhis on stage, so let me put it to Ms. Marwa. So generally when we talk about a business, this is more about revenue, growth and expansion. And every success a business has is measured with these three metrics, right? But then over the last few decades, we have seen this also changing, where a lot of emphasis is now being put on, say, innovation, inclusion, in terms of how you are trying to steer the organization and adapt to the changing times. So these have become very important. So when every organization is actually going towards that, right? What do you think are those key aspects of, in the clarity of the vision or a mission that you're setting out to attract talent, investment, and anything out there to do something like what you're doing currently? What is the pet project that you're driving? So what is required?
So there's a lot of things that come together. It's like an intricate weave, right? Few principles that I abide by are, one is the KISS principle, which is the keep it simple, keep it straightforward,
Right.
and most importantly, keep it sacrosanct. Your vision, your mission can evolve, but it cannot change. That's important. The other thing is to keep your vision as a code of conduct, right? As a cloak that you wear day in and day out, which helps you in your decision making every single time, and which you wear even on the days that you perhaps want to change, even on the days that you don't want to show up, but you wear it and
Right.
you show up. And lastly, I think it would be doing the story that you tell. It should project out from every core of you. If I'm talking about luxury experiences, every aspect of an interaction with me should reflect that. If I'm talking of combining wellness and work, whatever I talk or whatever I create should have that as its foundation stone. So these are the 3-4 things that I think must be there as a constant of your vision.
So previously during the spotlight session, Ms. Dheer spoke about how sometimes self-doubts, failures, also come about, and you have to overcome them, look forward, and especially when you do a startup, which is what you're actually working on right now. How convincing you should be to self, and then also drive the story with your employees and customers, because that's very critical. So what I'm trying to understand is, how do you communicate that clarity?
So that's what I told you about. You have to keep it simple and straightforward, and you have to remain true to it. And I think acceptance of these situations plays a big part in how you navigate a situation or navigate a conversation. And that for me is very important, the transparency of it all, the fact that somebody who's worked with you, and it's a small industry, right?
Correct.
Anybody who's worked with you enjoys the experience of an interaction with you, and B, builds up a trust that they can revisit time and again through the course of the next few years, and so on and so forth. So it's for your own conviction, it's for understanding, and again you have to balance it. Whilst you're experimenting, you have to balance optimism, experimentation, and caution.
Right.
If you've got all these 3 right, you're pretty sorted. And then take the world as it comes. I don't think, it's said, when you fall, don't keep your body rigid, right?
Right.
If you make it soft, you'll have a softer landing, you'll break lesser bones, and you will be able to stand up straight, right?
Understand,
So
yeah.
that's important as well.
So marry aspirations with pragmatism, that's very critical. I come to you now, Hema, is because like Ms. Marwa said, this clarity and all those things are required, which is a significant foundation for any organization. But when you're working as a professional, okay, where your stakes are more to do with what you can deliver, right? Rather than because you really don't have the risks that the promoters have, but as a professional, what you can deliver. How do you combine flexibilities in, say, financial metrics or, talent and all those things, and yet drive an organization to deliver for what the promoters are seeking as a vision to achieve, and also what you have set out with the contemporaries, with the market competitors?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I thank Realty Plus for giving this opportunity to speak out my experience with all of you. Yes, Ajay, I think as a founder and as a professional, I think there are two different roles we'll be playing. When it comes to business and scaling up, it completely works different way. If it's a founder, they know that, okay, this is a number I'm going to achieve, but as a professional, it is a target which has been given to me where I'm supposed to reach, where I'm supposed to take my team there, right? When it becomes a financial flexibility, the target which I set for my organization as a vision, how do I transfer that to my team, the down? What is that cushion I need to keep? Or I can say, what is the flexibility I need to keep? That is more important. So in the financial flexibilities, usually it happens on your revenue,
Right.
your profit, what margin you're going to give, and what margin you're going to get the project, and how do you retain that for a longer time.
Right.
And the last one is the very favorite word, PBT, EBITDA. So how
Right.
do you achieve that?
Right.
So what we do in my organization is currently, we have a very set decentralized system. When I back the order, my team don't come back to me. I've set a target to them saying that, boss, this is the gross margin in which I'm supposed to back the order.
Right.
Right? If you have some target that, yes, the volume is big and this is a big project, I can manage my overheads, I can compromise on margin, yes, come back to me. Otherwise, you go ahead and get the order. My operation team has got a clear set target that, yes, this is my margin, this is the profit I'm going to achieve. I'm supposed to get back to the company. So they work according to that. Whatever we say, all these targets, but when it comes to a ground, it is really difficult. It's a very, very unorganized industry we are working for. See, just to give a brief about my company, I am working for a waterproofing company where day in, day out, we work with 2,000 plus laborers on roll, managing them, getting on time. They work with us all seasons of a year. Because in India, we know the holidays in Holi, there's no labor. In Diwali, there's no labor.
Right.
But my commitment, my margin never changes.
Right.
Right? So, all these challenges which keep coming, there will be ups and downs on the quarters. I may miss on quarter 2 because in Mumbai, quarter 2, nothing happens with the rain for a waterproofing. Right? Whatever I am doing for a year, it gets tested in quarter 2.
Right.
So, guys are going ups and downs, but we ensure that at the end of the quarter 4, we achieve the number with the cushion what we have kept. So maybe the cushion may be 5% or 10%, but the target which has been set for 15% or 20%, we as a team, we deliver that.
So it's very, it would be very interesting to hear the conversations you're having in your board meetings, because all of us have these targets. But you're also charged with a role to take the company in new directions. So how, at that time, how do you kind of, marry this pragmatism which Ms. Marwa was telling about, right? So, and at the same time, build something solid for the future.
See, my board of director, their expectation is simple, that what is that profit you're going to bring it on the table today.
Right.
So is one, that is on the financial perspective. The second one is the value. As an organization today, we work for our value. With the passion we work. On a 65 years, we are there in this industry. It is just because of the work what we have done. Today, what client or my customers have a faith on us, the trust on us, which is taking us ahead. So as a waterproofing company today, Pidilite Industries has taken over the two companies. One is a North India-based company, is a Nina, and the Perset is a South India-based company.
Right.
These two are merged together and it's become Nina Perset for Pidilite.
Right.
Pidilite has taken over this as their extended service vertical. So they don't put a target of like, okay, now the exponential target of 20%, 30% you achieve. They are also very cautious. Their growth, they have planned in such a way that it's a value-based, structure-based, and is a hygiene growth.
Right.
So the board expectation, it is based on this. So it is very easy for me to take it forward with my team and achieve the target.
So that's interesting. So, so foundation, we have spoken, we've talked about revenue pragmatism. So, Sarah, you're a second generation leader, right? Now, so when we spoke about foundation and revenue, right? And then we suddenly see markets changing. And you're into core real estate experience, that is residential, commercial. So touch and feel is very important. So we see changes happening very fast in terms of what expectations the clients are laying out there. So how do you run about this co-creation aspect, right? Because it can happen with your internal team and also with the external clients. So how do you run with this co-creation? Because the relevance of a business is only as much as it can adapt to the changing trends.
Very interesting question. So I think co-creation is no longer a buzzword right now. So in my opinion, co-creation happens at different levels, okay? It could happen with a customer, it could happen with a vendor, supplier, and even the government bodies. Right. And when you start having, different sets of levels and you start to create something that is very unique, you start to bring value that makes you a differentiator, and at the same time that becomes very innovative. So say suppose in a very diverse customer requirement, Bombay as such, when you have home buyers from South Bombay to someone in say a Tier 2 city looking for an affordable housing. When you start to co-create and sit with these requirements and start to understand them better, that's when you build some relevance, and that then helps you grow and scale your business. So I'm just going to give you an example from a customer's perspective, from a government body, as well as maybe a consultant, a green building consultant or anything like that. So sitting with customers, say suppose you start sitting with the old projects and with the association, what they faced, right? And when you start to understand what the difficulties are and incorporate these in the new designs, you're actually one step ahead of the curve. You've become a differentiator and you've brought value to customers. Then again, you look at Kerala again as a market. I'm going to touch upon different geographies, because co-creation happens at different asset classes, different geographies, right, and across the sector as such. So Kerala as such has high senior living, and if you look at BBC speaking about all the talent that is leaving the state and having a lot of seniors there. So when you create a house, obviously all of them are going to buy it for their parents. You might need to have those additional study spaces that could be converted as a nurse station or a nurse room.
Right.
It could be, so work from home, it could be a study space, it could be anything. So that is work, co-creation, because you're coming up with what is the need of that certain geography, that certain place, and brings value. Then again, from a design perspective, if you sit with your architect and you're able to, put the columns as such, you're able to customize to nth degree. Right. You sit with you speak to like people who've used the kitchen spaces in your old apartments, and you start telling them what is missing here. And then you realize that so many aspects could be brought in. So then we started creating in our new project the main kitchen, the work area, the storeroom, a maid's room, a maid's bathroom. It then became a differentiator. It was a marketing strategy. I was able to sell the projects faster than we even thought of.
Right.
Okay, and from a government agency. Now I'm talking about, especially when you're doing real estate, across geographies. You need to be aligned to the government bodies, and you need to be aligned to their culture. You need to be aligned to the urban planning. So say suppose in Bangalore, and I'm coming back to Bangalore. In Bangalore, we have an IT park, right? And it's created a traffic on that ring road. So what if this developer co-created a flyover so that the people who needs to get into this IT space can easily move in, thereby allowing the traffic also not to be affected.
Right.
So what happens with that is, again, your projects move faster, your
Right.
hurdles, your government, sanctions are in place, and you have a community acceptance.
Right.
So that is what co-creation brings from that perspective. Now, talking about green building, consultants or an architect, I mean, I stand for sustainability. I stand for something. Those are my core values. Okay.
Right.
Now, as a second generation entrepreneur, even though, we've had this for over the years, 30 years, we've been in the real estate sector. But when I came in, I wanted to make a differentiation. I wanted to do something very different and unique. So I picked sustainability as a core value for the next 20 years, what we stand for. So therefore, when I sat with the consultants, like United Nations has said, all of us have to go, net zero
Net
by
zero,
the year 2070 or 2050 or whatever it is faster than we can think. What did we do? We started thinking, how could we do this? And thereby sitting with the consultants, we created that the common area of my apartment is going to go on 100% solar renewable energy, which means the maintenance cost for the apartment owners association, whatever, is reducing. Therefore, it became a differentiator. A lot of people wanted to buy the space, right? So those are values that bring in the difference. Maybe I wanted 60% of my built-up area into a green space. So I sat with the architect and said, how different are we going to, so we have a lot of steel waste. I'm going to give you like small examples. A lot of steel scrap waste that goes in.
Right.
So if you create those planter boxes, like I'm come from a engineering background, so use these kind of spaces for those, and the wastage is also limited, the debris is limited, and thereby you're able to give a planter box in the apartment design, and that brings a unique perspective. And even while you're sitting in the bedroom, even if you're on a sky villa about 20 floors, you still have a garden space there.
Right.
So those are co-creations, and now with co-creation, you will have happy customers, and you will have customers who stay with you for a longer period of time. And when there is a customer, demand or customer requirement that's growing, and in a very competitive industry that we are in, right?
Right.
If you start to listen, you adapt, and you build according to this, that's a good practice, and it's a great business strategy.
Right. So that's quite interesting. So actually, from a co-creation perspective, right? So co-creating with vendors, customers, everything is, it's there. It adds a lot of value for your output. But Ms. Agrawal, you are a second generation leader as well. While Sarah has it very easy, right? Because she takes all the calls with co-creation. It might be so in your case, right? And generally, when we talk about family businesses, we talk about governance, we talk about so many other things, like what you were saying, she was saying that community acceptance. The community acceptance here has to be first inward, because you are a community already, and then look at the external community acceptance. So when you are driving this business with a purpose, how does this work?
So yes, I was listening to her when she was talking about the second gen, like being leaders as a second generation person in the company. And we were talking outside, and you said the same thing, that she is like, you have to take all the calls. For us, yes, we have a lot of stakeholders in second generation as well. So it's a good thing and a bad thing both. It's like it has goods and bads both. But first I would like to say is that when a business is, like when the first generation does something successful, for example, in our company, the founders, my dad and my uncles, you know, they started like 10 years ago and they created a $2 billion company, and that is something, they stick to a formula and that worked, right? And that is when it becomes a problem, when you enter. So, you know, they expect you to do the same thing. It's like more of like a fixed formula, right? That, oh, this has worked in the past, so let's just continue that, like a legacy kind of a thing.
I understand.
But the thing is that markets change, customers' expectations change, governance standards, everything is rising. So it is important that, you know, we have to adapt to that. And I think as a second gen, that is what we are doing. We are also trying to put more structures in place. We are trying to understand from the outside perspective, you know, not only, it's not just the builders, it's not just the, let's say, it's not just the customers also. It is also the local authorities, like she also said, that you have to listen to everybody and just come on a common path, okay, you know, this is how the governance should be. For example, bringing more professionals on board, somebody who is more skillful, you know, so that we are not just dependent on legacy. It's not like, see, it's a good thing that has happened, but one has to adapt. But we also have to bring robust systems in place so that in future we can lead in a very well manner.
So it's a very interesting thing because getting professionals from outside has always been a bane for family-driven businesses because, like you said, they would want to continue, they want to hold the reins till their last breath, right? Do have a fantastic professional heading the helm, right? So if you are, or if you had been privy to the conversations before he came on board, how did that happen, or how do you see that, and what is that experience that you're taking away from that? Because I'm quite sure from your father and uncles who actually went through this entire slog of building this empire and suddenly, you know, handing the reins to a third person who's going to drive the business. What sort of conversations and what was the takeaway from that you had?
So very honestly, yes, I have been, like I was fortunate enough to be a part of that conversation. I think first of all, the conversation that I saw initially, it was more about, yes, they wanted to place their trust on them, but there was some level of, you know, they were scared at some way also that what if the promoter loses the touch on the ground.
Right.
Okay, but they knew that they have to adapt, they have to bring these people because these people bring the outside perspective.
Perfect.
So I think it's a balance of trust while also keeping yourself grounded. So I saw a lot of reviews. I saw a lot of systems in place, for example, meetings, every discussion, like it would be more of a discussion. Like I would also be a part of discussion, like I was also being a part of the discussion as well. It's more of like, okay, this is how we think, this is what we want. Okay, what do you think? What should we do better? Right. So it's more of like co-creating, like we have been discussing here.
Fantastic. Ms. Marwa, the point is that after hearing all four of you in the first set of discussions we have had, looks like there's every bit of experience at every stage of your life that is shaping up the decisions that you're making, right? So especially with the kind of concept that you're now bringing to the market, right? And I don't know how much the market is ready or to adapt because it's quite an interesting concept. But the idea is what are those various experiences you have felt, like, you know, from the days you started as in the hospitality industry, then in the organized commercial real estate, and now as a founder. What are the set of experiences you think you can share with us which have kind of shaped how you are today and how you want to move forward?
Okay, so let me, since we were talking, since Radha spoke about acronyms, let's go with another one. Epoch, people who are into fitness would know what an epoch is. It is essentially the oxygen and the calories that you burn after a high intensity workout. So if I have to look at E, which is evolve, evolve your leadership style, evolve even your SOPs. So you just spoke about it, but you know, your SOPs should be
a book that you have a conversation with. It should be like a, you know, like a Dhruv Tara, like a pole star. It is a guiding light.
Right.
It is not a constitution book that you put on a pedestal and worship it. You have to constantly keep evolving. P would be, of course, people. They are the starting point and the end point, be it your internal customers, you yourself, or your external customers. P would also stand for me for prosperity and not just profitability. There is a huge difference between the two.
Absolutely.
So when you look at all-round prosperity, it's just a more collective way of looking at wellness all around. It is also perfection. You know, perfection is not about adding more and more to the mix. It's actually taking away what is not needed. So you need to keep chipping away. O for me would be observe. I think we are all in such a high-paced environment all the time,
Right.
that we fail to stop and to just observe. I'm an observationist. I observe the subtle, the nuanced, the small print, the little trends, the undercurrents. These are so important when you are creating or curating an experience for somebody else. Extremely important, and it works in all walks of life. Would be culture. It's such an underdog of an organization, but it is such an important and critical part of it. You cannot have an organic culture. It has to be an intentional culture. It has to be something that you work on every single day. And that becomes, again, like a foundation stone or a cornerstone of how your organization is, how it makes people around them feel, how it even drives how you curate an experience for somebody else. So yeah, I would kind of condense it into these 4 things.
So, Sarah, coming to you, it's very interesting because she spoke about epoch. Epoch also has a different meaning. It's life-changing events, right? So, sometimes these life-changing events and many of the experiences that today, at least today, how we are is we are very driven statistically, right? Everywhere you turn, people talk, oh, let's do big data, let's do blue ocean strategy, let us figure out all these things, right? So a lot of investment going into understanding every single data point, its correlation to your business strategy, the decisions you're making. But there's something called contextualization of all that, right? It's very critical. How do you marry the output that is coming from this hard data analytics, and then how are you contextualizing it to the human being at the end of the day? Because all that we do is centered on that human being at the end of the day. So how do you contextualize it? And you think, which of the one is more important? Is there an opinion on that? Or you feel that both can go hand in hand?
Okay. So with BI and analytics, I think you can get a nice dashboard which tells you how your business is doing. Okay? It can talk about sales velocity, it can talk about the customer footfall in a commercial space, all of that. But is it going to tell you something beyond that and to tell you a story of why it is happening, right? That's when contextualization comes into place. And when you start interacting with the customers involved or the stakeholders involved, you then come up with the data that's more relevant and more of value, right? So I think the same thing holds good. Now, if I take an example of 2 buyers, same bracket, same, you can look at their RERA data, but they'll have 2 different consumer behavior of buying 2 different products. Same category, same, expectations. But it could be that the reason because they're doing this is because maybe family dynamics or like a vastu or something totally different, right? And all of this, do you think it's going to come through data or from the dashboard? No, right? So when you start interacting and when you start going deeper and contextualizing why this happened, I think that becomes like a more meaningful, engagement and brings in more relevant data and using that. So I don't believe in just data or whatever. It's a fusion of the both.
Right.
And with that fusion, you kind of bring like a powerhouse of, and that helps you to accelerate with growth and things like that. And I also want to touch upon like a non-financial financial metrics, right? So when I touch upon non-financial metrics, probably it could be like your ESG impact, it could be like your construction quality. All of this plays a very, very, very important role in the long term, right? But a financial data tells you about how good your business is growing. But the non-financial data tells you how strong your principles and your foundations are. So, and in an industry like this, if your foundations are not strong, then there's nothing like it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So again, Ms. Agarwal, so this is just an extension of that question, but here it's an interesting twist is that contextualization and BI, all these are fantastic, and usually when you go professional way from an organization perspective, these get the heavyweight time, in terms of board meetings, in terms of KMP discussions, everything, these get the most important amount of time. But then you also have the promoters who have garnered these years of experience and who say, I have been there, I've done this, I know this. It's thrown at the professionals, and then there's counter challenges. How does this work? And then how do you come to a common ground to move ahead?
Yeah, interesting. This has happened a lot again in this company where I am also at, and to be very honest, I have just worked for 2.5 years or so, but in those 2.5 years also I have seen like more and more professionals are coming, right? I have seen how the founders, how their roles are changing. Like earlier, they were more into every decision making, everything they were getting into. Now they are more into, creating visions, guiding them, investing in long-term value creation and stuff. Like they are more of enablers rather than doing something on ground. So I think it's more about, the roles are still there. They just change their roles. They become somebody, they are basically giving a space to a professional. Okay, you do this thing. I will go into a new role. I'll go into guiding people. I'll go into shaping the culture of the organization to why the organization was started in the first place. Now they are working on that part.
Right.
So,
and as young leaders, how do you figure in these conversations? Because there are two already heavyweights, the professionals with 20 years of experience, the promoters who have started the company, and then your second generation leaders sandwiched here. So how do you navigate these conversations and then, put in a flavor to the company?
Okay, so I do understand. See, they are professionals, but yes, we were also fortunate enough to, study, bring some kind of knowledge that they might have and might not have. So I think, for example, from customers' point of view, okay, so with time when I was talking to my colleagues, my friends around who are into real estate as well, I realized that, right now customer interaction is not just limited to calling them or, just like meeting them physically. So I was just discussing with everyone and we just thought, why can't we do it on phone? Why can't we just make everything on phone? Why do they have to visit us physically or wait on calls? And then we came up with an app like Life at SG. And now no customer has to visit. Like once you become our customer, you go on that that app, you will find your invoices, everything. Even after handing over the the apartment, we still that person does not have to call us ki mere ko ye problem hai, these are my complaints. So I think there are some things that we as a second gen are bringing, something, okay, this is professionals have to do something that is being guided by the founders. But we are bringing something that was maybe guided and maybe somewhere we think that outside world wants.
Right.
So it's more of like they are following their path, we are bringing something new. And they are doing something that has been told with a professional skill.
Fantastic. So, Hemant, last question to you. So from all these discussions, we've understood partnerships are extremely important, right? And they make and break organizations. And your company has been at forefront of forging these very critical partnerships when they were not part of Pidilite and also as part of Pidilite. So how do you see these partnerships shaping business? One, I'm talking of the internal partnerships and also about the external partnerships. So how do you see these both shaping the businesses, and which has a larger influence in how your business actually is seen by your customers and by every other person who is being impacted by its presence?
Ajay, I think when we talk about a partnership, there are two things we have to look at it. One is a tangible, one is an intangible benefit. Of course, when we are scaling up, we have our tie-up with various partners. How do I select my partner? What are my bases for selecting the partners?
Correct.
So those are the important pillars of the selection of the partners. So I feel there are 4 important partners selection criteria. One is the value. What value they bring it to me. That may be in terms of the business, tangible one.
Right.
That may be the intangible one, the value system in the structure and the behavior. How they have made the name in the industry. Those are the intangible one. It cannot be. And second one is about what type of rarity they bring. Because if I have a tie-up with one partner for my business scaling today, so what rarity I get. So if they have a special patents, the special agreement approvals, which I don't have.
Right.
So those tie-ups I have to look at, so that value addition I get it for my business. And third one is like, today any business, like imitation is so easy.
Right.
If I produce something, some chemical today, tomorrow somebody else will come up with a similar name, similar configuration, similar parameter.
Absolutely.
So how I can be different in the industry? And as an organization, the fourth one, suppose as an organization, how much importance I give it to my people, how much importance I give it for my structure, irrespective of my business. Okay, 1 year I may not be having a business, it's fine. What is the importance I give for my people? The business, not at the cost of losing your talents,
Right.
not at the cost of losing your clients and your name, fame. So these are the parameters I think which adds value when you look at the strategic tie-up with the partners. So focus should be more on intangible ones. Tangible, automatically it works out. The little more focus on tangible. Intangible has to be like more focused, and our tie-up should be, should begin with that, intangible ones.
But are there instances where your partnership selection is going with a sense of promise rather than what they can bring to you to table today? So, for example, you might want to tie up with someone because of the promise they're showing as an idea, rather than it's not really there, but as an idea. So, do you think that kind of partnerships make sense for an organization, or you would rather see a very tangible outcome on the day one that you get into a partnership?
Usually when we see the partnership, we never look at the promise or idea as a criteria for us to have a tie-up with them. We want to see the result, what they have delivered, how much they have grown in the competitive market today, and how we can have a joint business along with them. It has to be visible, it has to be tangible,
Right.
not on the intangible
So,
ones.
on that note, this is the last I open to all three of you apart from Hema, is because she said that the idea has to be very tangible today and generate value for getting into a partnership. But you are all in the business of creation, which is all about ideas, right? So how do you get into these partnerships? You're all free to get into the conversation.
So something proven, something tried, tested, going only by that has probably addressed all the needs of everybody around. It'll probably get you a university seat. But I think creativity, I think innovation, I think thinking out of the box or just challenging the box is what has driven human evolution.
Right.
So I would put a lot of stock on that as well. The fact that you today have a women's forum here also is testament to the fact that you need to think out of the box. So,
any ideas?
In my opinion, I go with a gut feeling because I believe in my inner,
Right.
I keep asking myself, if it's there deep down, I'm a go-getter, I'm going to get it, I'm going to finish it.
And last words with you.
I think, like I was listening to everyone else, and I was thinking, I think it's a blend of both.
Right.
As a developer, you have to show them something, right? And that's intangible because it has not been done yet. While on the other hand, let's say we also have done things in the past. It does help. It helps the other person to understand, okay, if they have done it in the past, they can do it in the future. But obviously it's not like the same thing that is going to happen. Things will change, right? So it's like a balance of both. You have to show them a vision, but you also have to back it up by something tangible.
Absolutely. So thanks a lot, my co-panelists. It's been fantastic talking to them. Thanks a lot to the audience for patiently listening and getting insights from these wonderful women. I hope today you are going to part with some insights that will deliver up in your organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and a big round of applause for Mr. Ajay as well. Never really easy to conduct such a beautiful panel with some fantastic women leaders like this. So thank you so much to all our speakers. I'll request all of you to please kindly wait on stage. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to be inviting Mr. Pranjal Soni, VP, Ramki Estate and Farms Limited, to kindly give away the token of appreciation to all our esteemed guests over here. Please give it up for Mr. Pranjal, ladies and gentlemen, as he joins us over here on stage. And I'm sure as the token of appreciations are being given away, a little bit of appreciation won't harm anyone. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience that you all are. Thank you so much. How many of you have heard about the butterfly effect over here? Anybody wants to raise their hand? Butterfly effect. Can we do a butterfly effect of clapping over here? When one person claps, you hear, you clap as well. Two more people clap, the third person hears and they clap. That's always so fascinating and wonderful, right? Thank you so much. I'll request all of you to pose for a nice group photo over here. You know, we don't want any additional props in that frame, I'm sure. There's too much of greatness anyway in the frame when it comes to involving all of you. Please give them a big round of applause once again. Smiling faces in photos, it always ensures that the photo comes even better. So thank you so much, Mr. Pranjal. Thank you so much to our esteemed moderator. Thank you so much to our speakers as well. And we look forward to seeing you all the next year as well. And ladies and gentlemen, break for lunch. This is about celebrating womanhood, and this is about celebrating women leaders. So especially everybody, especially all the men over here, can I request all of you, mere saath saath boliye, Nari Shakti, Zindabad, Nari Shakti, Nari Shakti. This is something that we are going to be repeating quite many number of times throughout the day. But then on that positive note, I would like to now announce lunch. Please enjoy your meal. We'll see you all in the other side very soon, shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to one and all. We're all set to resume in the next 2 minutes. I'll request all of you to please kindly take your seats and settle down. And in the meantime, I have another quick request for all of you, a very humble request. If I can please request people sitting at the back to kindly please come forward and take the seats over here at the front so that our guests who are coming later, they can occupy the seats later at the back. Can I please request our guests at the back to please kindly come forward and occupy the seats over here at the front? If it's a humble request, can you please kindly come forward? All the guests over there, yeah. Actually, it's only, I believe, front till the second row, right? Because it sounds third, but it's actually the back side of it. Anyway, we are all set to get going in the next 2 minutes. So, yeah, that is what it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, can you all hear me loud and clear? Can you all hear me loud and clear, ladies and gentlemen? Primarily ladies, I would say, because it's the Women Icon Awards. So ladies, what I would like to say is twice ladies and maybe gentlemen once. So ladies and gentlemen, can you all hear me loud and clear? At the back. Do I sound more pumped up after lunch? Are you all more pumped up post lunch? That is what matters the most. Are you all more pumped up after lunch? Because if not me, my fellow set of panelists who are all set to come right now, they will certainly be looking forward to that motivation because post-lunch sessions can be really difficult. But of course, with a very fascinating audience like you all, it can definitely drive their motivation further. So are you all... Big yes compared to the spirit of Mumbaikars. Is it a big yes? Are you all pumped up after lunch? Yes, that's what it is. That's how it is. That's what we want. Thank you so much. Welcome back. We will now be going ahead with the third panel discussion of the day, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a conversation on the topic of Own the Numbers, Women Leading in Financial Strategy. I'll quickly repeat the topic for the panel discussion right now. This is going to be about Own the Numbers, Women Leading in Financial Strategy. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be introducing our honorable moderator first, and then I'm going to be introducing our honorable speakers next in alphabetical order, and then I'll request all of them, the moderator and our honorable speakers, to join me on stage together after all the introductions are done. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for the session, Mr. Chintan Patel, Partner, Deal Advisory, Real Estate and Hospitality, Head, Transport and Logistics, KPMG India. For over 25 years, Chintan Patel has been providing advisory solutions to a cross-section of multinational clients, public and private entities in evaluating risks and opportunities of their investments in real estate and also hospitality projects. He has extensive sectoral understanding of both domestic and international, with vast experience across various asset classes, including residential, commercial office, retail, hospitality, industrial, warehousing, data centers, you name it all. I'm sure sir has done it all. He has also been advising clients on financial feasibility assessments, project development strategies, business planning, and financing strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now be introducing our honorable speakers in alphabetical order. Today we have with us Hina Kamra, Managing Director, Neo Wealth and Asset Management. Hina ji has been in the financial sector for over 30 years across multiple asset classes in reputed institutions and different platforms. Scheduled commercial bank, investment bank, non-bank finance companies, public sector, private credit funds. She's a KPMG certified independent director and is a firm believer in risk-aligned governance and sustainable growth. She's also an active member of the 100 Women in Finance India chapter and also a member of Naritco Mahi. Ladies and gentlemen, today we also have with us Insia Gupte, Director, Advisory and Transaction Office Services, CBRE South Asia Private Limited. Insia joined CBRE in 2018 as an Associate Director, and since then, her role has evolved and primarily encompasses tenant representation for sale as well as lease transactions, which involves execution and business development all over the city of Mumbai. She's a part of the Mumbai PNL, which involves both mandated and local clients needing office space and defining their strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that she's also an active member of WireNet, a registered not-for-profit society that promotes gender diversity and inclusion in the real estate and construction industry. We also have with us today Monica Pergal, Chief Executive Officer, Bhartiya Converge. Monica ji, with over 25 years of experience spanning consulting, banking and retail, has a strong track record of enabling and scaling global capability centers for Fortune 100 companies. She currently leads the GCC business for Bhartiya Converge, partnering with global enterprises to establish and grow their strategic hubs in the region. She has previously been in leadership roles at Neiman Marcus Group, Lowe India's and Goldman Sachs India. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have with us today Reshmi Panikar, Executive Director, Land and Residential Services, Knight Frank. With over 34 years of experience in leadership positions in top companies, Reshmi ji has handled major projects and key competencies in business development, land management, handling projects, sales, and customer relationship management. She has been responsible for setting up business verticals, establishing key processes, and has a proven track record with expertise in business development, customer management, and of course, corporate governance. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I have said quite a lot, but then that quite a lot is also an understatement in terms of the massive, massive achievements that all our speakers have for this particular session. Please give them a big round of applause as I invite all of them on stage to take it forward from here. There they are, our esteemed speakers. I'll request all of them to please kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do a lot better in terms of clapping and appreciation. If you want a bit of a demo from my end, maybe I can show that to you as well. Maybe clap and do this, clap and do this. Yes, that's how we keep the energy alive over here. Thank you. It's going to be a long day. Awards ke time pe bhi main aap logo ko bolunga to kindly keep up the momentum and the energy going in, but I'm sure this is going to be definitely motivating for all our speakers. And it's a humble request. We would request all our speakers to be seated as per the format over here. Otherwise, my videographer might just crucify me later. Kahan kaise bethate ho? Sir, if you may please sit over there at that side.
Which is what I wanted to be.
But
they insisted that I be in the middle.
Oh, because they have a set format as per the picture over there. So just to keep the aesthetics going in, if you don't mind. Yeah.
I honestly didn't want to be in the middle of this.
But you're definitely leading the charge, sir. Thank you so much. And the timer is over here for your reference. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as they begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, a big thank you to Realty Plus and the organizers for having this great day and the awards at the end, but more importantly for giving me this opportunity to be kind of part of a moderator of a very important panel with some great panelists that they've selected. Let me dig in right into it. But I think before we do that, can we just have a quick poll? I think the subject that we have is women leading in financial strategy. Any thoughts on, are women better in financial strategy than men? Just finances as a whole. So show of hands, who believes that women are better at financial management than men? Okay. There are more men who believe that than women, but that's a good point because that is something that we discussed over lunch. But that's okay. So that's good to know that there's a smaller percentage that believes that women are better than men at financial strategy. Having said that, let's get into it. I think we'll start with while I think the introductions have been done, I think what I'd request if all of you can take a couple of minutes and just walk people through your background, but more importantly, did you face any stumbling blocks or any hurdles because of who you were as opposed to what capabilities you brought to the table? So why don't we go with Rashmi, you first, and then kind of go in that order, please, if that's okay.
Sure. You want a background and then...
A very brief background, but more importantly, if as
Any
part of that
bias?
background,
Yes.
did you face any of those issues? If you've not, then that's perfectly fine as well.
Right. I'm Reshmi Panikar, an architect from IIT. Began my career in designing with Hafiz, Tatas, etc. But then went on to land management and then moved, joined Knight Frank, and this is my second stint. But for about 16 years, I was also on the other side working with the top developers. So worked in various verticals of real estate. So a lot of things have been done. But here I am, and thank you, Realty Plus. At some point in my career, I did pivot from mainline designing to doing real estate. There were very few women at that time who were doing the things that I were doing, especially land, which is a lot more complex. And a lot of people have asked me this question that, have you, faced issue being a woman? And I've kept racking my brains to see, was there anything? And that's the beauty of Mumbai. And that's the beauty of the professionalism that I have encountered with all the companies that I've worked with. They've always celebrated women. And they've always given us an opportunity. And I've never felt that, I'm an underdog or, there's no preference for women or been short-charged. And I think that's due credit to the kind of professionalism that Mumbai has. And it's such a great pleasure to work. And I think if we stop thinking of ourselves as women and work as professionals and expect promotions and going up the ladder based on our capabilities, I think there is no reason why you can't reach the top, because organizations do encourage people regardless of whether you're a woman. I'm not saying there isn't issues, but I personally haven't faced it.
Perfect. Thank you, Reshmi. Monica, if you want to go next, please.
Thank you, Chintan. My name is Monica Pirgal, a lawyer and a company secretary by training, but currently I do something completely different. So I run a business for Bhartiya Converge, where I enable global companies to come into India, help them set up, grow, scale, transform, all of that, which includes IT, non-IT, everything that I've not studied. I'm a Marwadi. Being a Marwadi and being a girl in a Marwadi family, and adding to that, when all my cousins and my siblings decided not to pursue, professional life or not to study further, I chose to become a lawyer. So I was a girl, then I wanted to become a lawyer. And then as a lawyer, you are expected to be assertive because you can't beat around the bush, right? When you are in the room, you need to give your opinion one way or the other. So the challenge that I faced is with all of this cultural background as well, where I was training myself to say I should not fit into the traditional box. I put myself in a corporate room where there were many stakeholders, and I was a woman and a lawyer and was assertive, which was not taken too well by a lot of people. Of course, times have changed now, but I had to prove it when you show your caliber and when you show when you can display your intent as well as your capability, then everything kind of levels down. But initially, there's always a hitch thinking that, why is she being so assertive or why is she saying things? The same thing if a man would say in the room would be accepted, and the negotiation will be so much more, I would say, not so intense. But when I was saying it, they really had to push it back just for the heck of it. Of course, I've come a long way, and so has the fraternity in the legal world. But yeah, those were some initial challenges.
Interesting. Thank you. I think we'll come more to that part. Insia, if you want to go next, please.
Hi, Chintan. Thank you so much. I'll say this slightly differently, and I had a very different background. I work for CBRE right now in the Mumbai region to transact office spaces, pretty much enclaved in the real estate market in Mumbai, owning the numbers from the beginning and in very different ways, and also, moving with the market. Having said that, when I started my career, it was a very different world. I came from aviation. I flew with 3 prestigious airlines for about 9 years. Coming from hospitality, I don't know how I landed in real estate. I just realized a complete shift, complete change in a lot of things, not just gender, but in terms of the overall aspects of how work life was, corporates were. I was flying, so I was up in the air. I didn't know how to get myself grounded. When I came on ground, I realized it was a completely different world. That, of course, changed a lot of things for me, gave me a lot of resilience to learn how to move around with the flow, with the pace that I was in. Recently, I attended a program initiated by CBRE, which was a balanced program in the Asia-Pac region. And one of the exercises we did in that was about certain phases of life in about 10 years of each phase, and what it takes for you in that particular phase, what challenges you face, or what upsides you see, and makes you the person that you are. So it's not about the gender, but it's about who you become for the background that you have had or you've come from, professionally and personally. I still remember, when I got married, and I came from a very staunch Muslim background. Women never worked outside house. I was the first girl in the family who actually stepped out of the house. Things were very different. My parents were very liberal. I was already breaking barriers then. When I married a Maharashtrian, so very different world for me again. Day one, I remember I just stepped into the kitchen to make chai, and my mother-in-law came to me and saying, "Hey, what you doing here?" And I'm like, "I'm making tea." So she's like, "You know what, just chill. I have worked for 35 years. I want you to work. I don't want you to take this obligatory if you're coming in the kitchen. If you wish to come in the kitchen, you come. I never went in the kitchen. We have all the help, so chill." I mean, for me, that was the biggest change. Whatever I am right now in my career, it's, I think, because of the family, my mother, my mother-in-law, my father, my husband. I think it takes a village for everyone to be there, and I think it's just about that.
Thank you, Insia. That was fairly inspiring. Hina, if you want to go next, please.
I come from a family of professionals, and if you remember a little bit of my background, over the last 30
Hina, sorry,
years,
you want to keep the mic close?
over the last 30 years, I've always been working in the financial sector, but in different parts of the financial sector. And what I like to think about the financial sector, the way I see it, is it's all same, but it's all very different. So if I look at it in terms of experiences, if you look at the banking and financial services, the kind of interactions that you have there, the number of women that you have there, the opportunities that you have there is very different. Now within BFSI, banks are very different from NBFCs. For instance, I can share with you, I worked in an NBFC from 2010 to 2022. And my first thing was coming from banking over the last 15 years, commercial banks. There were no senior women officials. So when you were at parties, the only other women there are office parties. You have just secretarial women who are there. So this is when I started off in 2010. By the time I left it in 2022, it was a different world altogether. So, things have been changing. Besides that, within financial services, again, real estate financing per se was very, very different. Financing, wholesale financing or private equity or private credit, again, globally is very different because the number of women fund managers per se is very, very low. It's very, very minuscule globally. Now, that brings its own set of challenges. I mean, a basic challenge which I keep narrating is that as a part of, you've all heard about the NBFC crisis that happened in 2018. So between 18 and 22, most of us were busy recovering money, all the borrowers and everything. So there were a lot of tricky interactions that happened. Now, the thing that always stands out is that even in 2020, and this is like post-liberalization in 92, you're talking of almost 30 years. There are times when you're looking at a borrower. You are the senior most person in the room, and there is no way anyone can say that I lack confidence. Right. This, the guy doesn't look you in the face when he's replying, he looks at your subordinate. And most of us, when I talk to my senior colleagues in real estate, in banking, on the lending side, we've all faced this at different points of time. So that's a, it's a part of, I'm not too sure whether it exists globally or not, but in India that still exists, right? So while things are changing, and when Chintan talks about it, probably we can take him through it. But yeah, this was something I thought we should discuss.
Sure. No, thanks, Ina. So I think I'll just kind of have some random questions going on as opposed to structured one. So I think for Monica and Insia, I think you brought about a very important part, right? You came from families which traditionally were not encouraging women to be out there in the role of how successful you are today, right? I'm sure they're very proud of what you guys both have achieved today. But how important do you think is that? And given that being the background, how do you manage your work-life balance today? So if you want to go, Monica, you want to go first, and then Insia, please.
Go ahead. So I think first I want to break the myth that work-life balance is a negative connotation. The moment you talk about work-life balance, people think, oh, it's a balance and it is difficult. It's just the way you look at it, right? One is you should be clear about what you want to do. I got married, I decided to have a child. It was my choice and I have to live with it, and I'm happy living with it. I decided to break barriers, pursue a profession, while also knowing that in a very typical Marwadi family, women are the primary caretakers, irrespective of whatever happens at my workplace. And I'm embracing it and I'm living it. So the moment you start embracing and accepting and be happy with your circumstances, then work-life balance is not negative. You just have to learn to deal with it. And another myth is, you have to always make a choice. It's not about making a choice, work versus life, life versus work. I don't become a less mother when I'm at work. So why should I become a less employee when I'm at home? Because both of it is full-time responsibility. So the way I have managed work-life balance, one is I absolutely love to parent my daughter. I love to, be with my mom because she's a cancer survivor. So whenever my schedule permits, I just get her to my house. I like to spend time with her. I don't treat it like, a task, because I enjoy doing it.
But Monica, sorry, just to interject. Does that make it very difficult? Because if you were to look at the male counterpart in your office, they may not have as much in terms of preferences of restrictions to spend time out of office. Yeah. They may be able to pull longer hours than you. And do you see that as a scenario where you feel maybe, no, I should be working harder than what I'm doing today?
Yeah, so again, I'll challenge that. Longer hours is not smarter hours. So I choose to still get my work done, whether I'm at home, whether I'm driving, whether I'm back home. I'll just figure it out. At the end of the day, am I getting my work done? And my boss knows that. And I think everyone in the world has to accept the fact that we are made differently, physically, psychologically, emotionally. So we do what we have to do, right? That doesn't mean that, unless your boss wants to have more face time with you, that's a different problem. I can't solve that here. But as an employee, if I were to deliver work, I can still deliver it. Being at work for longer hours does not matter. Coming back to work-life balance, how I balance it is basically, and I keep telling this to a lot of younger women in our community, especially because they feel that they cannot work and still have a married life or, have a family life. Just ask for help. There's so much help available. In our times, there was no Zepto, Swiggy, no home deliveries, medicine was not on call. We used to still do all of that physically and still get our work done. Now life is so much easier. You can be driving to office and you can still sort out a lot of things at home. You can make sure that, the help is coming and going, and it's all scheduled, right? It's so much more easier. You don't have to necessarily be a CXO to afford that kind of help. You don't need as much money to get that kind of help. But of course, as you grow in your career and responsibilities increase, I'm telling all the women here, and please take it back to your family, women in your family, Don't try to do it all. You feel like you can do it all. You feel like I may have 2 hours, let me do it. Don't do it, because you can give that employment to somebody else. You use that time to rest up so that you are rejuvenated, you can think better, and you're more productive. So that's my mantra for work-life balance. Ask for help.
Thanks, appreciate it. Intia, how, so similar question, but if you can put it, because you're into hardcore real estate, right? The sector, right? Is it any more demanding than any other sector, and does that impact your work-life balance? So in that context, please.
Yes and no. Okay. I think work-life balance is in our minds. It's rarely sectorial. It's just about what we want to do, and like Rashmi mentioned, Monica mentioned, it's about prioritizing, it's about understanding on what you need at what time. There's one thing that I've always followed, I've been very ambitious in wherever I've been, and very, very competitive. That kind of gives a lot of stress, right? Because you're always trying to kind of keep up to the pace. I think it's very, very important to understand what your pace is and where you want to be. The most important thing that has worked for me, and I have a daughter who's 9-year-old, very critical to be with her at all times. I live with my mother-in-law, I have a family, I have my parents who are aging. I mean, there are all sorts of things, and the 3-4 things that your life comes at a peak at, when your career is at peak, your kids are growing up. I remember Indra Nui saying this, and your parents are aging. So it's all together. I think it's very important to be everywhere at the right time, but it's also very, very important to detach. I think what's worked for me is detachment. If I am at work, I have ensured things are there at home. Trust is there at home. I think that's most important. You've got to let go of when you're not there at that time. When you are at home, learn to detach from work, because you got to be where you are physically and mentally. And we tend to, kind of not compartmentalize like you gentlemen do very easily. We kind of jumble it up. We have it all in our heads. We want to do everything. We want to be everywhere. I think I've learned to compartmentalize very well. Be where you are physically and mentally.
Thank you, Intia, that helps. Rashmi, you've been with an Indian organization in the architectural field and now with a global organization. Do you see the difference in how it has impacted the way you operate? And are you treated any differently, you think, because you're now with a global organization as opposed to an Indian?
Not much, frankly. All the organizations I've worked with have been extremely professional. When work is demanded by them, they all expect you to deliver, regardless of whether they are local or international. So I've never felt a difference. Professionalism is the key over there. And I understand that for women, what happens is you need to get back home because you've got responsibilities. The difference between a man and a woman is at the end of the day, you have responsibilities at home that you need to get back to, whereas most of the time, the man of the house can come in and ask for dinner. And it's fine. I don't think...
I don't know if the men agree over here, but that, you can
yes. No, so I think, no, not at all. So what we women have learned to navigate, and what she said is right. We try to be the best at everything, and I think it's important for us to sort of give roles and responsibilities to people, and if you have the support of the family, there is no reason why you can't do both equally well. And I haven't found a difference between both, because even the Indian organizations are sometimes really professional in their approach, and they want to bring about the best company that they are building. So I have really not felt that difference.
Thank you. Hina, anything you wanted to add? Because I have a separate question, but anything you wanted to add on the topic of work-life balance?
I think we've broadly all covered it, but I'll touch upon just a slightly different aspect of work-life balance. I think we all, whether it's men or women, whatever, as we go through different phases in our life, like Insha was saying, our priorities keep evolving, right? So in the initial periods, there's a lot of burnout that happens in the first 10, 15 years as you're progressing through the career. What I always encourage people to do, and I did it for the last 15 years or so, I started giving myself also some time which was my own time. Because earlier there were no boundaries for me. And that's how I expected my team also to behave. Work never ended, and it was 24 hours was not enough. It's not that someone was pressurizing me. I loved it, right? So we just need to balance it out.
So Hina, a specific question I think I wanted to start with you was, what's your view on financial literacy, right? Is there a belief, and basis the experience that all four of you have, that women, either by preference or by design, are not willing to take the reins of finance in their hand, despite the fact that, if I look at traditionally back, women ran the house and the house finances and the men ran businesses. Obviously things have changed now, but do you think financial literacy is lacking, and what needs to be done for that, please?
Very true, Chintan. I have come across a lot of women, and they will be at very, very senior positions in the financial sector, who are aware of everything. And so one is, they just don't do it themselves. They're aware, they can do it, and they don't do it. There are others, you look at a lot of large business houses where the woman has all the money to spend, but she has no clue about how to handle her money. She has no property which is registered in her name, or she doesn't know the docs that her family is getting her to sign, or what is there in her name. And then you also come across a lot of small women entrepreneurs who they may be running a boutique, or some small business or something, but they are just not adept at handling their finances. And this percolates down to a lot of biases also, because again, when you talk about VC funding, a lot of women entrepreneurs believe that there is a gender bias that exists, and they don't have access to capital to start their businesses, to grow their businesses. Now, so those things, yes, do exist. How we handle them, how we take care of it through different forums and all is again another topic, for probably from another day, very deep topic.
Sure thing. Any three of you, if you want to add anything to it.
Yeah, so I'll add to this, and yes, absolutely. I think one of the primary reasons we have in terms of, like you rightly said, financial literacy, even though we have financial literacy, I think one of the main cause of concern is our dependability on our families or our socioeconomic aspects around us is very, very high. We don't take financial decisions individually. We tend to rely on families. We do carry a lot of dependability, like I said, in terms of making a decision. Like, if I were to go see a house and, to buy or invest, I'd probably wait till my husband comes home.
Why?
I don't know. I think we've been inceptionally tuned in a certain way, and it's just kind of changing. But you've heard it very differently from your mothers or your grandmothers, etc. So probably we're growing out of that, but we're not completely out of it. And that's one of the reasons why, a lot of finances are not unleashed in terms of, the way the statutory is looking at, or the way, globally or in India it's looked at. There's about $700 million that I was talking of. Is still left to be kind of discovered if only women were to go out and make those financial independence, just kind of rely on themselves rather than anyone else. Pay disparities we spoke about, and a lot of things, but I think it's all about storytelling, it's all about talking about ourselves, it's all about going out there, making it evident that these dependabilities are no more, they need to get independent.
Sure, thanks.
Rashmi,
just one.
Can I add one more thing? Two
Sure, please,
interesting tidbits that I'd just like to contribute. A lot of women today are actually becoming active traders sitting at home. So they may be housewives, but you come across so many of them who are trading. So, and on all age groups, that's one. Second, which is again a factual data, and I talk about Japan, which is a very conservative type of a society, and this has existed there at least for the last 30 years that I've been working. They have a concept of Japanese housewives, which are called Watanabe, sorry, I don't know the pronunciation, but they actually move the markets. So they sit at home while they don't work, they sit at home and move the markets and move the currencies. As a set of retail investors, the sheer mass of investment, the money that comes into the market is so big that they can actually make the yen move by 20%.
Wow, thanks.
Right? So it's the
Interesting.
Aam Aadmi, you know, as a group, you're very, very powerful.
Sure, sure. No, thank you. So, Rashmi, you're part of the residential sales as well. Have you seen women participation increasing with every passing year? And is that an indication of where things are headed for us?
When you look at a family who comes to buy a home, we can always sense who's going to be the major decision maker. And very often, it's the woman who decides which is the place that she would like to have as a home. But possibly it's the men who decide the finances. My sense is that, it's growing. In fact, a lot of more women are, for every woman having their own home is a dream that they have. And if they are financially independent, I think that's something that is a dream for all of them. And they do try in their lifetime to have a home of their own. So I think it's very important for women, not only financial literacy, but financial independence, so that these two can help you get whatever you've dreamt of in your life without anyone else's help.
So Rashmi, that brings me to the next point. Do you think they participate in negotiations or they don't? I think what you alluded to was they don't participate in that. And is that something that's also holding them back from the way they act in their professional lives and just negotiations as part of women?
Women really don't participate in the negotiations, but they play a very important role. When it comes to money matters, most likely in most of these H&I transactions, it's the gentleman who's footing the bill. So negotiations normally happen from him, but his wife plays a very important role in the decision of which home to pick.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Monica, just a question for you. Just generally, we've heard that the overall participation of women, despite being 50% of the economy, is not as high, right? And I don't have the specific statistics, so I'm not going to quote that, but my understanding is it's not as high. What do you think will be needed to change to attract more women to work professionally and even in entrepreneurship?
Yeah, so I mean, if I just take a step back, we spoke about lack of financial literacy in women, lack of financial independence, lack of decision making. I think it all starts from the individual, himself or herself, right? It could be male or female. At least what I have seen, and I'm from Bangalore, it's a slightly different culture from Mumbai, but everybody has equal opportunity to do their studies. Everybody has equal opportunity to do their graduation, post-graduation, at least in this generation. So you have access to education. Now, what do you do with that education? Are you willing to take it up to the next level? Are you willing to participate? More often than not, I've seen that I come from the same culture, and so do my cousins and sisters, right? They just don't have the interest. They feel like the men will do it, right? And Insya spoke about she will not decide without her husband weighing in on the house or whatever, right? And a lot of us do that. The way I have done it in my life is I, of course, will not decide on a house without my husband being in the room, but I will also make sure that my husband does not decide the house till I am not in the room. So it's a consultation, right? It's a partnership. And that comes only when you're willing to be on the table to participate. Are you willing to learn? Are you willing to understand what is being spoken about? If you kind of shut your mind and say, okay, he's going to take care of it, then he has to take care of it. And that may also happen with another male colleague or male in your family. For me, the situation is different because I'm a lawyer and I lead negotiations. I've purchased 5 properties, and for my parents and for my younger sister, for myself, My husband is with me, but I typically run the negotiations because we understand each other and we know how to play the good cop, bad cop. But that does not come to me because I'm just educated as a lawyer. I'm also willing to do that, right? Many a times we are not willing to do it, and the differences has come because of that, which has led into women having access to education. They are excelling. I mean, today if you look at the results in India, women are the ones who are topping in all educational fields, right? Be it the IITs, IIMs, to colleges, to everything. But why are we not seeing that kind of a growth in the boardrooms or when they have to build careers? Family and the support system is one part of it, but the second part is also your attitude. So my advice when I talk to a lot of younger generation is I mentor them to say that you have to take certain risks. In a room of male and female colleagues, if you ask who wants a promotion, all the male colleagues will lift their hand up, but the females are going to look at each other, right? And that is what I mentor the younger generation to say, just lift your hand up. At least be in consideration. The moment you get the job, you'll figure it out. And don't assume that the males who have risen their hand has figured it out. They are as oblivious as you are, just that they have more confidence. So you just have to take that first step. You have to take the risk and everything will start working out. You are going to learn, somebody is going to come and help you understand what you lack and vice versa, right? So it'll all be good at the end of the day. Just have the attitude and go ahead.
Thanks. Insia, from a real estate specific sector, and you've now spent more than a decade in the sector, I think that's a sector that has probably been the laggard when it comes to women participation. How do you see, what is your suggestion? How can the sector improve so that more women join the sector? Because I think the sector definitely needs, I agree with Monica, women are very smart. I think in the sector, every sector can benefit out of them, especially real estate. How can we have more of them participate?
Before I answer that, Monica, I'll ensure that my husband also doesn't leave the room.
It's worth
I
for
do
me.
that, it's just that I didn't put it up. But thank you for that. We all do that. With regards to real estate, and I think we were talking about this, right? 15 years ago when I joined real estate, I was the only female. And it was such a fast-moving, fast-paced industry that it kind of changed even before I realized that women kind of grew from no women to office to almost 50% or upwards. Recently I was just reading the internal data about CBRE itself, and I just realized, which I wasn't aware of, that in CBRE, the equality is almost about 55% where women are there. And in the leadership, it's almost about 40% upwards. And that talks a lot about how the real estate has moved. And, globally we are the largest. We kind of, are trendsetters when it comes to real estate. And if that's the story we have internally, I'm very sure our peers have similar stories, whether it's Knight Frank, JLL, etc. So that's really moved ahead. What I've also witnessed is in the developer field, in the architectural world, in the managed office operator or the co-working operator, which is the newest sector, is just evolved, and we see equal participation, in terms of hiring. In fact, I have a team of 7 girls, and I have only one of them, Om, sitting there, and he's come to cheer me. I've been looking for a boy in the team. I've been told by my bosses that you must hire, a guy in the team. I mean, it's just, we have so many of them already there, already wanting to be in real estate, already forthcoming, and somehow, the trust has been equal, whether it's men or women. I think there hasn't been any gender biasness, at least in the last 10 years that I have seen. It just moved at a very, very fast pace.
Thanks. Rashmi, if you want to add anything.
Yes, so real estate has been pretty welcoming to women, especially in certain sectors like CRM, sales, business development and all of that. So there is scope for women, and they bring a lot of EQ, empathy, especially when it comes to client-facing requirements. And they're also very sincere. So I've seen most real estate organizations welcoming women. Of course, the numbers can definitely be improved. But I think for that, the women ourselves, I think we are our worst enemies. we tend to give up in life in the face of challenges. So we have to go through marriages, children, looking after aged parents, etc. And then, some of us decide to just give up and say, look, this is too much for me, I want to stay at home. And I think that's the first challenge that we ourselves have to realize, that unless you want, you're not going to be able to participate and be financially independent. So that's the first thing. And if I look at it from a perspective not only confined to real estate, but in general, I think we have to normalize right from when a child is born, be it a boy or a girl. We need to normalize caregiving, household duties, etc., and train both the boy and girl child that you're equal. And you need to, when you grow up, be understanding of your partner and ensure that they also are able to fulfill their wishes. And then, so be it real estate or any other field, I think that when it starts from the ground roots, it definitely is going to make an impact. And the government definitely is trying to promote women in various sectors. So you need an independent director, you need to have one woman as a director. They're also trying to make these regulations to ensure that there is good gender diversity. I just hope and pray that this is enforced and more women come into the field, be it real estate or any other sector.
Sure. Hina, a question for you. You come from a pure play financial background, right? Is the participation different in the world of, your part compared to kind of being on the developer side?
Yeah, it varies. Like I was mentioning before, if you look at banking, the female participation is far more higher. In NBFCs, it's slightly lower. On the fund management side, it is even lower. And the other thing which I was mentioning to Chintan the other day, when I looked at my counterparties when I was on the lending side, who were the developer world, I think in the whole country, and I was handling all the metros, I would have come across just 2 or 3 women CFOs. So on the developer side, why are women not there in the world of finance? Why are they not handling the funds? Why are they just in marketing, HR, or enterprise, or CRM? Why not more women in legal? Why not more women in finance? So yes, so there are things that need to be done. The other thing is that, which is true across sectors, we have a lot of female participation in the initial period because the level of education is very high. But between 30 and 45, a lot of women fall out of the workforce and then cannot come back to the workforce. Now, what we need to do across organizations is have work from home policies, flexible timings, creches, and stuff like that, which allows women to come back. I think in the last few years, a lot of organizations across sectors have felt that there was a lot of potential talent. There's been a talent shortage in India. We know that. So they have been trying to get women to come back to work with flexible timings because that is a talent pool that is already lying there. So more of this, I think, would help more women get into the C-suite, and the gap that we see in middle management in terms of women, that can start filling up. So.
Perfect. No, thank you. I think we're just almost out of time, but on a lighter note, I just hope that more developers have daughters. And the reason I'm saying this is a lot of developer daughters have, and I can tell you from my personal experience, have moved up and have started taking reins of companies, and I think they're doing exceptionally well. There is no doubt in my mind that they are anywhere short of their counterparts. So I think probably that is one of the things. On a lighter note, I said it. But I think with that, I'd just like to thank again Realty Plus and the team over here for having this panel. I think time is up, unless there is anything else. I don't know if there is time for some audience questions, 1 or 2 left, or we wrap up over here.
Well, I wish we had that time, but then, sir, apologies for the same. We're already running a little late. Please give them a big round of applause. I don't know if my mic is working. My mic is working right now. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful panel. I would like to request all of you to please kindly wait on stage, and I would like to call upon stage Sheetal Bhilkar, CEO, Founder, Director, Urja Building Services Consultants Private Limited, to kindly please come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to all our fellow panelists over here. Please give ma'am a big round of applause as well for coming up on stage and doing the honors for all of us. And I believe it was Insia ma'am in somewhere in the middle who was talking about, some guy, maybe, male cheering up as well. Huh? I thought that, that was such a wonderful point. Even I should cheer for you, maybe. Give them a big round of applause, please. Fantastic session. Insights and knowledge blended with good humor. That's what we love. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have some more clapping and appreciation going in, please? I know it's quite a task to do that consistently, but then, with our hands over here, 2 hands, all we need to do is just clap, clap, and clap. That's it. Thank you. And kudos to you, sir, as well, for doing such a wonderful panel. I was mentioning before as well, Realty Plus has done a great job in terms of making the panels look like all women speakers and, a brilliant male moderator. So far, all the panels have been brilliant that way. And I can understand the challenge when it comes to, men moderators doing that job as well. It's always nerve-wracking maybe when it comes to women leaders, but yeah, super stuff. Can we do? Absolutely, that's why I said special kudos to sir as well. I'll request all of you to please kindly come forward as well for a nice group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, if we can please appreciate that moment and taliyon ki goond zor se for this very, very special group photograph moment. Thank you so much. Brilliant stuff. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our speakers. Thank you so much to our moderator. Thank you so much to our presenter. See you all very soon. Thank you. Can we quickly remove the chairs? We just need 2 chairs on stage. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to an end for the 3rd panel discussion of today's wonderful, wonderful event. We will now be having a fireside chat right now. This is going to be quite interesting. I'm going to be quickly introducing the topic for the fireside chat for all of you. This is about luxury evolution, leading with innovation and automation. I'll quickly repeat the topic for the fireside chat. This is going to be about luxury revolution. Sorry, I beg your pardon, luxury evolution. Huh? How did the R come? I'm so sorry. Luxury evolution, leading with innovation and automation. To join us on stage for this session, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Yukti Nagpal, Director Gulshan as well. Please, can I have Yukti ma'am on stage? Give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. When I say big round of applause, it has to match up. People over there at the back, can I have some more participation from your end as well when it comes to clapping and the intensity and keeping it alive? Thank you, Yukti ma'am. And to moderate this very special fireside chat, I would like to call upon stage a very fierce and powerful woman who genuinely needs no introduction when it comes to Realty Plus. Give it up, everybody, for Sapna Srivastav, editor, Realty Plus, one of the key forces to reckon with when it comes to today's event. And like we said, this is the 5th edition. All 4 times we have done it online virtually. This is the first time we are doing it on ground. And I think Sapna alongside Tripti and the entire team, Avantika, everybody are over here. They have done a great job in ensuring that this event happens on ground. So ek aur baat, just for the fact that this is the first time it's happening on ground, give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Sapna, can I request you to sit over here? And ma'am, if I can request you to sit over there. Just for the videographer aesthetics. Yeah, all right. Yeah, thank you. Over to you, Sapna.
So, like women, we were setting our chairs and everything, checking that we are coming good in the video and all.
We just need everything perfect, don't we?
Yeah, so being perfectionist as women are. So, Yukti, fantastic having you here today with us. We just listened to a panel full of women and what they had to speak about women in real estate. A lot of people said, financial independence, financial empowerment. Being a devil's advocate, a lot of people also say women have a sense of entitlement, that we should have these kind of special things at work. We should have special, probably holidays, special, flexibilities. So, woman empowerment, woman entitlement, now these are 2 things what do you have to say? You are a woman leader yourself. You are running an organization. How do you see that, both these things?
I think women entitlement is a term coined by men who cannot stand a powered movement. That's what it is. But I mean, it's difficult. You've just heard so many women talk about it. It's very rare to find a professional environment where a woman can thrive without being judged, without being called entitled, and different names, because assertive women, like we just heard Monica talk about, nobody likes an assertive woman. Nobody likes a woman who is going to have the last word, because we've been for years and centuries being trained to be submissed to men. So that is why I think it's just the people who are not ready for women to take the charge who call these names, women entitlement and women ke drame or ye sab, there are so many words I can add up there. But I think women empowerment is not something that men do for us. I think it's something that women do for us. I really want to comment on our previous speakers here. She said a wonderful thing that हम ही अपने आप को नीचा दिखाते हैं. Women are the worst enemies of women. If I want to uplift women, there is no way that I will not be the first cheerleader of their success. Whereas I personally have experienced, every time I would walk up to get an award, I would see like 5 people clapping. Whereas somebody who's already made a mark and who's been in the industry for say 40 years would walk up on stage, the whole room would stand up and start clapping. Now, if that was a woman, the ratio would still be small. I mean, you have to be Indra Nui to get a room full to clap for you. So I think when all of us women start supporting each other, I don't think men have a ground to stand on.
No, that is true, but also men are also allies, they have to be allies, we need to work together, because again, it's not about being men or women, it's about being, the merit, everything works on merit.
Let me correct myself. I meant the men who call women entitled will have no ground to walk on.
Completely agree, biases are still there. There is, we did a precursor before this session, and Ananta Raghuvanshi, who's Nared Kumar, he's this thing, and she mentioned a very few things, subtle aggressions, मैंने तो मजाक में कहा था, those kind of things a lot of women have to face. Oh, ये तो I just said that. These are microaggressions at work.
तो बुरा क्यों मान रही है यार? इतनी कौन सी बड़ी बात हो गई?
So one of the speakers said you need to have a thick skin, So these are things that yes, we will be further talking about in our next session also. Now, Gulshan Group is known for luxury properties. Coming to the industry topic, what exactly luxury means, because we see so many definitions. People say this many crores is also luxury, that many crores is also luxury. What exactly luxury is?
Luxury to me is an experience of bliss at every point. Luxury does not come to me with expensive materials, with extremely large spaces. I think luxury is when each and every touch point is designed specially just for you, and you get to embrace it at every step. It is not about kitna bada ghar hai, kitna mehenga ghar hai, or how difficult it is to buy it. No, I don't think it is. And that definition can change from person to person. For example, luxury to me starts from all our senses. You smell something great and you're automatically in a blissful mood and you want to see what's coming next. आप एक रूम में घुसते हो, वहाँ प्यारी सी फ्रेग्रेंस होती है, अच्छा सा म्यूजिक बज रहा होता है, somebody very politely with a smile greets you and asks you for water. It could be an office, it could be a hotel, it could be a group housing, it could be, well, just 2 people meeting, or a regular restaurant even. But I think that places that speak to you, those touch points, those experiences that speak to you very deeply, I think that is luxury for me. And that is what we tried to create with Gulshan Dynasty, my definition of luxury. It is not about kitna bada ghar hai, but वहाँ घर में है क्या? वो घर क्यों है? Because it is designed specially for people like me, who have the money and who want to enhance their lifestyle every day, be it in terms of wellness, be it in terms of conveniences, and be it just in terms of bliss. They want to feel that every day, and that is what I call luxury.
Another term that we are hearing a lot is eco-luxury. What eco-luxury exactly is, what does it mean? What should it mean?
It should essentially mean to have a very strong focus on sustainability, and luxury or no luxury, I think it's the need of the hour. I mean, global warming is weird. We all have seen the adverse effects on the weather. I mean, especially in Mumbai, we are noticing a lot more. The resources are getting extinct. The pollution is increasing. We're breathing shit air as we all know it. So it is no, I wouldn't call sustainability luxury. It's the need of the hour. It has to be done. नहीं तो हम मर जाएंगे यार. सबके सब मर जाएंगे. There's no point of building those इमारतें who are not future friendly.
Sustainability has become a luxury, I think now. Getting clean air is becoming a luxury.
It's a necessity. It's not a luxury. जैसे आपको पानी पीना ज़रूरी है, वैसे आपको nature का ध्यान रखना भी ज़रूरी है. उसके लिए I don't want a badge of honor for that. I'm doing it because I'm living here and I want to take care of my environment. As simple as that.
Fantastic. So luxury means something which gives you a lifestyle upgrade, which makes you feel good about the place you are living. Eco-luxury, as Yukti said, it is not about luxury. Eco has to be everywhere. Whatever kind of a property it is a necessity now, not a choice.
आप किसी भी industry में घुस जाओ. I mean, is there any industry which is not talking about sustainability? Real estate aside. आप F&B में घुस जाओ, आप fashion में घुस जाओ, आप cosmetics में घुस जाओ. You just pick any. Everybody is talking about sustainability because we are all feeling the adversity of the resources, the weather, the global warming, everything is getting bad. So we have to take care of it.
What about customers? Are they asking for it, that we want these green features? Are they ready to pay a premium for that?
Truth be told, I don't think a lot of customers are thinking about it. There is a very small percentage of people who would say that, yes, I'm going to buy that property because it's greener. But I think abhi common man में ये इतना ज़्यादा awareness आया नहीं. It's definitely to talk. It's there. It's a great conversation in social gatherings. But I think abhi इस level का awareness नहीं आया है that no, we have to boycott buildings that are not thinking about sustainability. उस level पे अभी we are not there yet. So customers may not pay a premium for it, but they might definitely get attracted towards it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but are developers doing it intentionally? They are making buildings, as you said, that customers are getting attracted, but probably they'll think twice before paying a premium for that. Especially in luxury, because you are basically much in the luxury segment of it. How do you see these HNIs? Is there a different way of behaving for them?
See, to tell you the truth, they definitely get intrigued by the sustainability of the building, but more than the green building, they care about what wellness amenities I've added for them to use.
Wellness part of
the
it.
Wellness amenities. It all boils down to the amenities. They would not ask me कि आप carbon footprint को कितना कम कर रहे हो अपनी building से. That's not something that they are concerned about, but thankfully we are.
But do you have the green spaces and gardens?
We believe in low density living, and Gulshan Dynasty is 70% green and 30% constructed.
Okay.
And like you just asked me about luxury, I don't think luxury can ever be for the masses. If it is for the mass, it's not luxury. So please ban me from your platform if I ever come up with 2,500 luxury apartments. Just please tell me to get out.
No, of course. Luxury means it has to be at a certain level, at a certain expense, and with much greater amenities that one would not find elsewhere. Last question before we wrap up this fireside chat. You've been in the industry for how many years now?
11.
11 years. You've been leading Gulshan Group. You've been one of the leading women leaders aside, but you are a woman leader as well. Your one big advice to the young female professionals who are in this industry or who are thinking of entering this industry, one tip, one advice that you would like to give them?
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid at all. There are still very patriarchal parts of the society that prevail, and they will tell you at every step that this is not the path for you. They will shut you many times that अरे यार तुम्हें क्या पता, तुम तो बच्चे हो अभी, तुम्हें नहीं पता अभी. So just don't be afraid to speak your mind. Be firm, be assertive, and just keep going. That's it. You know, I want to comment on, I forgot the name of the previous speaker, but she said a wonderful thing, that it takes an army of men, an army of people to make a woman successful. So my plea here is less to the woman, but to the army around her. Let her be, man. Let her do it. She's going to make you proud. Let her.
Okay, fantastic. We couldn't have ended on a better note that, yeah, a woman is going to make you proud. Young girls are going to make the entire families proud. So let them be it. Thank you so much, Yukti, for speaking from the heart and sharing those wonderful views, not only about the industry, what's happening there, but also how women should, conduct themselves and probably not be afraid and just do it. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Yukti.
Thank you so much, Yukti ji. Thank you so much, Sapna. Please give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'll request Sapna to kindly give away the token of appreciation to Yukti ma'am. Yeah, thank you. Give both of them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please, they definitely deserve every bit of it. Quick, brisk, fast, but an impactful conversation indeed. Thank you so much. Can we quickly set the chairs on stage? We need 4 more chairs. 1 minute. Once the photo. Haan, now you can go. 4 more chairs on stage, please. Haan. Laga dijiye. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, in the best interest of time, keeping things into consideration, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be quickly moving on to the next and the final panel discussion for the day. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be quickly introducing our topic, our moderator, and our speakers in alphabetical order, and then we will be moving fast about it. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic that's going to be discussed right now is Tech She Can, Women Leading Technology Transformation. I'll quickly repeat the topic for the panel discussion for all of you. This is going to be about Tech She Can, Women Leading Technology Transformation. To moderate this session, we have with us somebody truly, truly special. He's Karandeep Singh Nanda, IFM Head, North and West Embassy Services Private Limited. Please give Mr. Karandeep a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. I'll request all of you to, can we play the AV of the fireside chat so that sir knows where he has to sit? I believe over there. Give him a big round of applause, please, everybody. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be introducing our speakers now in alphabetical order, and I'll request all of them to come on stage together once all the introductions are done. Mr. Karandeep Singh Nanda, he needs no introduction, and he brings alongside himself 25 years of extensive experience in facilities and property management. At Embassy Services Private Limited, he leads integrated facilities management, IFM, and property asset management operations across the North and West regions, overseeing a portfolio exceeding 50 million square feet. His role encompasses customer relationship management, financial oversight, P&L analysis, operations optimization, implementation of value-added services, technology integration, people management, and of course, new business development. Ladies and gentlemen, as our speaker, we have with us today Karishma Singh, President Sales, Marketing and CRM Sattva Group. Karishma ji, with over 22 years of leadership experience across the Indian real estate market, has expertise spanning residential, commercial and retail segments. She has distinguished herself by successfully leading cross-functional teams and orchestrating complex transactions at a pan-India level. A natural communicator and persuasive leader, Karishma combines analytical precision with a people-first philosophy and emotional intelligence in her management approach. We also have with us today Manisha Kadagathur, Senior Advisor HR Anarok. Manisha ji brings 26 years of HR leadership experience in FMCG, financial services, technology and professional services, spanning roles across GSK, Aeon, Bharti AXA, Aegon Life and Vinny Cosmetics, KKR portfolio. Additionally, she founded and exited an HR tech firm in the US and also serves as an independent director on various boards. We also have with us today Sania Ranwal, Director Retail Ranwal. Sania Ranwal ji oversees the strategic direction and expansion of the company's retail portfolio across the country, with a focus on enhancing customer experiences and strong partnerships with leading retail brands. Sania has transformed Ranwal's malls into vibrant community hubs. Her previous experience as a brand strategist at Landor, New York, where she worked with Fortune 500 brands, has been instrumental in shaping her innovative approach towards retail. We also have with us today Shaifali Singh, Vice President Divyasri Developers. She brings alongside herself 20 years of diverse experience in driving strategic growth in India's real estate sector. Her strengths lie in strategic formulation, operational excellence, financial acumen, resilience, and thought leadership beyond regular P&L responsibilities. And she oversees the group finance, group fundraising, and of course, plays a pivotal role in the development of the business. And also we have with us today Sheetal Bhilkar, CEO, Founder, Director, Urja Building Services Consultants Private Limited. She's a seasoned construction industry professional with over 28 years of experience, and she spearheaded the design of 120 million plus square feet of global projects. Is an expert in engineering, design, sustainability, and technology integration, and is recognized for women's empowerment advocacy. She is also the president of the Real Woman Global Community and founder of TW Awards for Women in Construction. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set. The panel is ready. Truly can't get bigger and better than this. Zor se taaliyon ki goonj for the final panel of today's spectacular event. And I pass it over to our moderator, sir, over here right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And welcome to the group of inspiring women leaders today who are actually shaping and leading this transformation in technology. So as the real estate ecosystem, it continues to evolve, fueled by consumer-centric design, sustainability, and digital transformation. Women are at the helm, driving innovation and inclusion. So today's topic, we are not only going to discuss about technology, we are going to discuss about leadership, vision, resilience, and the bold steps being taken to ensure that transformation includes everyone. So let's deep dive with this panelist and see how they are actually leading this change from the front. So I will start first with Manisha, Senior Advisor, HR and Rock. And Manisha, my first question to you in the start of this panel discussion is that with a deep entrepreneurial stint in HR tech, what do you lose talent to?
So who do we lose talent to? We lose talent to the kitchen. Right? I think even today, we have a large portion of women who drop out of workforce, primarily because they have caregiving responsibilities and they have a lot of time that they spend in the kitchen. But besides that, while we try to sort of figure that out, how do we know that that's the population that we are actually losing talent to right now? Today we use something called Astra Hire at Anarok, where we know exactly the kind of profile of person who will be successful having joined the company, right? And I'm happy to share that that's a woman. Right? I also know which geography she's going to be more successful. Yeah. So I know that in Navi Mumbai, the women have a much higher percentage of sales than the men. So that's Astra Hire. And how did we know this? Through our AI/ML tool. Secondly, when we're looking at where do we find these women, we're also using that in our recruitment profiles and stuff like that. While all of us over here can sort of figure out what we need to do using technology, it is still our
And really, I think you have answered it very well. So starting now, Karishma, when we talk about the CRM, right, and as a leader who has successfully orchestrated these pan-India real estate transactions, how do you see technology shaping the future of customer engagement and CRM in real estate?
Thank you so much for having me here. Really honored to be sitting with such a panel of all super achievers. Coming to the question, the industry today is in the transition stage. What is driving this transition is technology. Today, the way real estate access is being taken is very vastly defined by technology. The person sitting miles away today is able to walk through into digital reality and take decision along with his family. So families scattered through continents have been able to come together in the decision-making process only through the 3D and through virtual realities. I will give you an example. I personally witnessed a grandmother sitting in Bangalore taking a 3D twin, digital twin virtual walkthrough, which we call virtual walkthrough, but it is not only a virtual walkthrough, because this grandmother sitting in Bangalore is taking a virtual tour through an apartment with her granddaughter who's in Toronto, and they're discussing which room would be best suitable for her summer visits. So this is what technology is enabling today. They are enabling people to come closer. They are enabling people to take decisions which real estate industry, say 5 years before, wouldn't have even comprehended that this could be a reality. So this is where technology has gone. Another aspect is, if you see today, it is so personalized. You scan a QR code on a billboard and it gives you tailored content specifically made for you. This is what technology is doing. So technology is bringing people together. Technology in real estate has made it possible for all of us to tailor-made each and every content that we want our customer to have, which in return makes them to take an informed decision.
Right, Karishma, but like we have today so many CRM tools, right? Do you think that it also presents sometimes a challenge, especially for women leaders, to understand them, or how do you think about the training to on these CRM systems? Basically, do you think there is it still requires a lot of focus? There is a lot of adaptability which is basically required to understand data and all that. So data I will come later, but when I talk about these CRM systems, so what is your input on training of these CRM systems basically, and also the after sales approach? Once you basically sell anything, then after that, how do you actually think about the after sales approach to your customer? Do you think that's still a challenge in the industry? Because mostly I'm talking from I'm not, demographically if I talk, I see a lot of North developers coming, and a lot of customers in North developers, they're coming and they say that we are not being treated well after the flat is sold or the shop is sold. So how do you think, what is your views on that?
Well, I'll give you a perspective from the South India developer. I'll give you a perspective from Sattva Group. What we are really excited about right now is building a portal which will not only capture the customer journey from the lead generation, after sales, but even the repeat purchase after 5 years, 10 years down the line. Again, explaining it, I'll tell you. Just imagine a platform which remembers a family which has bought a 3 BHK, say 3 years back, and the portal is able to understand the evolution of the family and the status that they would be having, plus data analyst point that they would have reviewed, the portal would have reviewed, and then proactively reaching out to the customer or to the family saying, this is your next best investment opportunity. This is the kind of advancement that we are talking about in real estate. It's an amalgamation of technology and a very highly personalized service.
And I think that is the key for repeat purchases basically, because once our targets are met, I think repeat purchasing is very important. Like in our industry also in facility management, when we see renewing a contract, retaining a contract is very important. You get new business, that is fine, but how you retain a contract is most important. And
sorry, can I just add to that? And you asked two questions. One was the training of people on the tech platforms. So I think long time back when we started, or probably we are all, at least I'm very old. So there was a ad released by Intel, which had a tagline of Intel inside and something outside. So obviously we used to make fun of it by saying Intel inside and idiot outside, which was me basically, because I took a lot of time to adapt to the computer. But today most of the tech platform are working on that assumption that there is somebody who is not trained who's going to use the tech platform, and hence most user interfaces that are being designed are user friendly, right? And also the same tech platform today is getting used by various by various audience. So it's getting used by, let's say, a CRM team who could be trained or who has the luxury of being trained, but it is also getting used by that grandmother who is not tech savvy, and hence the platforms are catering, the same platform is catering to the different levels of tech education. So I think training is not so much of an ask, because even from whether, and agnostic of the industry, whether it's real estate or non-real estate, the churn of people is so high that you have no choice but to make a user-friendly tech platform. On the second part, which is the North Indian after-sales service, let me tell you, whether you buy a house, whether you buy a car, whether you buy a bag, after sales, always there is a disappointment. It is a relative degree of disappointment. From a real estate perspective, and I'm here talking because both of us from the same part of the country, but I think largely the dissonance between during purchase and post-purchase happens is because of lack of information and data. And that is what technology is enabling. Right? Customers sitting at their home, purchasers sitting at their home, the family members sitting there at home, they can actually at a click of the button, they can figure out what is the level of construction, what is the house that they have bought, can they make modification or not, what is the title paper, right? So I think that is where the evolution is happening.
No, I agree to that, Shefali.
Over there, when she said, you're using training, a lot of training and technology over there. Today, if you look at executive coaching is delivered online. And you could be anywhere. There are platforms like Ezra, BetterUp, a whole lot of these platforms where I could actually have an executive coach sitting at a completely different place. And this is not just a Zoom call. This is actually a platform where I'm training the AI over a period of time, and Marshall Goldsmith's entire 1,000 Coaches platform is built entirely on that, right? It takes into the point that we are enabling an inclusive learning experience for anyone who would like to be skilled. That's the larger question there, and how are we leveraging tech? Those are really the platforms that are there. Now, within real estate, are we using some of those? Maybe some organizations are, some are not.
No, I agree. And Shivali, after sales service, like you have mentioned, not only in real estate, but it's, I think, in most of the other products also. And not only the demographic about North, I know some people in Bombay also who have purchased flats and later they got a lot of challenges with the developers. So it's everywhere basically. But I think that is one point which we also need to focus in terms of repeat purchases. And Manisha, to your input on the training part, I agree. And today a lot of online platforms are also available. Like you have this EDX, Udemy, where you can do these online trainings also in terms of tech. Now coming to you, Shefali, from your perspective, managing both finance and strategic growth, how is technology influencing capital deployment, risk assessment, and operational decisions in real estate today?
So Karan, I'll divide that question into two parts, and one is one probably is more present and more forward-looking, which is the capital deployment as well as the risk mitigation. So when it comes, I think the fundamental of all these three things is essentially the data, right? And what a tech platform, or what, at least in our group at Divishri, what we are using technology is to, there is no dearth of data, right? So I think if you were to look into any room or any developer, which is a grade A developer in the country today, they have 3 decades, 4 decades, 5 decades of data with them. The question is looking at the data, putting it all together, analyzing it, and learning from it fast, right? And that is where I think the key lies. Whether it is an operational efficiency, which is through design, through process innovation, through integration to meet the customer's requirements. That is one. On the operation side, data is there. It is about utilizing the data. And the beauty of any tech platform, whether whichever company uses it or whichever function within the company uses it, it's like very much like what Gulshan was talking about. It's like luxury. It's bespoke, right? So from the same amount of data, I will cull out part which is required for me or by me for capital deployment. She will use it for her sales strategy. So that's the good part of it, right? In terms of the other thing, that what helps us is data also tells you what are probable pitfalls, where things can have gone wrong. And hence it's more like a, like when we were talking about it, it's not being only responding, but also being proactive, right? So now, while we're talking about a tech platform, we're talking about, but do remember that there's a huge human element, because the data came from the human experience. It's been collected together, organized together by human element, and then getting presented and used to make sure that you plan your forward steps better.
Shivali, what do you also think about the risk assessment basically in technology? That how do you think that technology is influencing risk assessment and even some of the operational decisions?
I'll go back to data, because I think every technology is, and what is technology? Technology is at an operational level, and I'm sure that there are much more better qualified people speaking about operational efficiencies in the building design, operational efficiency in process, in people, right? That's the most important thing. To me, I think it all starts with people, product, customer, and then comes the finance in between somewhere. So I think that's where this, and we have retail also, sorry. It's, at the end of it, right, all of us in this room are serving one person, correct, which is my end customer. Yeah. And that end customer definition changes. Yeah.
So, Karishma, like in CRM also, we see that after you basically, when you finish your leasing part and when you are managing a building, there is a lot of technology there in terms of operational, like you have a property management software, or you have some IoT-based sensors. So do you think that is that adds efficiency, and how is it influencing in today's competitive market?
See, I'll add to what Shefali was just mentioning. There is data there, you know, but with data, the organizations have got this institutional memory. The day a customer comes and contacts me, you know, I start having, whether I want it or not, because of the technology proficiency, I have the full Janm Kundali, you know. Correct. So you have approached me, you have spoken to me, I know how your family operates, what your preference is. The day you came and bought an apartment with me, I would know the entire journey and everything in and around that. When I know so much about you, the accountability increases. It's not just the data. I have to be accountable for everything there on that I manage. So when you say about facility management, I should, through the family analytics, which I already have access to, I should know that at certain point in time, this particular apartment or this particular office, if I'm talking about leasing, would be more open to having a survey done or have. So what the institutions now have to do is not just get technology, and like Shefali was mentioning, you need to analyze it, you need to know how to use it, and then apply it for the betterment of the customer. have to understand that everything, end of the day, has to improve the lifestyle, have to add value to the customer, and that is when the technology makes sense.
I agree with you because
I just wanted to add that when you were talking about, IOM or BMS, IBMS, I think even what we've seen across more than just operational efficiency, and we've seen implementing this across all our commercial assets, almost like a 30%, 40% decrease in electricity, water, manpower, because you don't need that many people deployed on site to constantly monitor equipment. You can wirelessly see, does it need preventative maintenance, does it need attention today, and adjust all of those things. But there's also a huge sustainability benefit because you can optimize how much of your utilities that you have. So you're not wasting power, you're not wasting water. You can kind of measure for it. And I think across all of our assets, we've seen operationally, yes, but as we talk about sustainability and giving back to the environment, it makes your building green and better for the community that lives in it.
And I think there is a lot of knowledge also available today with the customer. They know about all these smart technologies. They know about various sustainability initiatives like air quality monitoring. And even if you see in your residential societies today, the housewives know about smart home concept. They know about smart kitchen, smart security. So I think there is a lot of knowledge also which is available in the market today. And that's where we have to actually live to that expectation. Sania, now going with your that you have worked basically with all these Fortune 500 brands and you're leading a major retail transformation in India. How do you see the intersection of tech, branding, and consumer psychology in driving the future of real estate?
I think when it comes to tech and your consumer, I think you see it today as we've been discussing with consumer research and product development. If you don't have the technology to understand and analyze your consumer, and then more than just understanding, implement that conversation back into the way you're building and developing products, I don't think you'll survive. Like if you look at brands like Shein and Numi, why have they disrupted the way they've disrupted the market? They've changed the model of production. They would go on Google search, they would see what are people typing, where are your search volumes coming from. They would design, put it up, see if 10 pieces sell in 30 seconds, a minute, and then go and bulk produce them. And you're changing your designs and your fashions on a monthly basis. They weren't waiting season-wise, oh, we'll hear something new. They were changing on a monthly basis, listening to customers and using that technology in their product research. So I think if you talk about technology and customer, I think if your product is not reflecting what you're hearing in the market and you're not using technology to leverage that, then it's a huge miss in retail. I think branding is that layer on top because as Gen Z and talking about Gen Z, I think we derive our identity from the brands we associate with. So you could have the best product, you could be shouting the loudest, but if the identity and the consistency that you've built around the brand doesn't resonate, there's 10 other brands that I will give my money to or that have bought my loyalty. So I think the branding is really that tying thread that will make me come back to you, even if the product is good.
Okay. Sheetal, coming to you and your vast experience in engineering, design, and sustainability, how do you think, how do you see these emerging technologies like IoTs, digital twins, and BIM transforming the design and construction landscape?
Thank you, Karan, for this question. I was patiently waiting for my turn to come. I'm being part of this industry for almost 3 decades. In fact, I have witnessed the journey right from the drawing board. When I started, we were having drafting on drawing boards, that it came AutoCAD. Now BIM we are using for almost 2 decades, and now we have AI, we have IoT, we have digital twins. So it's evolving, and I think it is fantastic period of my career. That's what I feel, because now if you talk about IoT, digital twin, it's like a boon for us, because it's like we have so much data available. I can give you an example how we are utilizing in our projects. Like suppose you talk about one residential complex. And you have moisture sensors like IoT installed in your building, and then those moisture sensors, they sense, whether it needs to be, the irrigation system should start, the sprinklers should start or not. So you see the amount of water you are saving like this. So sustainability is there, like because of all this. This is just a small example. Like this, there are so many things we can do with IoT, because we have so much data. And all these years we were struggling, when we talk about maintenance, it was always preventive maintenance for us. We have to design for, things based on the experience we were designing and whatever data we were having. But now we have, because of IoT, we have now predictive maintenance, which is, I think, a very good thing, which we are like, by using this technology, all, I think, operations people, they are definitely benefiting with this. And sustainability, definitely, we are saving a lot with all these technologies, because water, energy, all these things, because of this data available, we can analyze and take the decisions properly. And now when we talk about digital twins, many of you know about digital twinning, like we have Apple Watch, or for our health data, we are getting the data, and based on that, you can take your decision. With this digital twinning, now we have our buildings live. We have all our buildings data on real time, and we can take decisions which are more, we can take decisions which can be 90% correct at least, because you have that much data and you can analyze that. So I think it is wonderful right now, the way technology is evolving. We are using it in our projects, and definitely we are trying to use this in different projects, like residential sectors. It is becoming a little difficult, because we have to educate our clients about this technology, but we are continuously doing this.
I think the question over here is a little bit more about personalization, right? That's what technology has actually helped us with, because we no longer have this one-size-fits-all solution or a motherhood policy saying, if I need to have women at work, then I need to have a much larger kind of just a one-size-fits-all policy. I'm using tech to figure out today that I know, in a Gen AI case, we call them genies, right? These genies are used in several use cases. One of the use cases is about, we know that there are people who'd like to chat as Anurag is a professional services firm selling real estate from residential all the way to land. There are people who like to chat at 2 a.m. in the morning with a lead, right? So who's sitting over there at 2 a.m. in the morning answering that lead? Not a human, but a genie, right? And most likely that genie would be a woman, and people like to chat with genie. They'll make appointments to come and meet genie. They come to the office and say, I want to meet this lady who is whoever, Miss Sheetal or whoever she is, she's chatting. That's the person they'd like to meet. So that's the women angle over there, but that's a use case where we're using technology. There's another use case. There's a lady who's developed, who leads our business in Anna City, which is essentially a technology platform for building management services, right? So every time you enter an office and you have a QR code that you sort of tap on that and you enter, she's a lady, she leads that, she's the chief business officer. What does that tell you? That entire life cycle that goes behind is about identifying who's coming into the office, who's coming into whose office, where are they actually going from that office? Are they going to, say, Kaima in BKC? Are they going to another restaurant? Are they going to Starbucks over there? That's the kind of data that we're picking up over there. Now, this is in actual use cases. If you ask me in HR, what are we actually doing? We're taking this entire knowledge and we're taking it one step forward, saying, can we have programs where essentially I can increase the female participation at work, not lose her to the kitchen, but can I have her at work and increase that by 5 percentage points? right? That is how we're using technology at work, at our malls, at our workplaces, at our homes, and all of that.
And I think today employers also, they tend to stay with you when they know that technology is supporting them at their workspace, right? And like we operate basically from WeWork, and we know that lot of times I see these collaborative spaces or meeting rooms or where you have a sofa, all of them are occupied, and yeah, many strategic decisions you take there. So I think even from an HR point of view, these inclusive, adaptive workspaces also is something which might not be directly HR, but somewhere it is also important from a perspective of an employee work-life balance, basically, because even today we see these indoor air qualities, right? And people are having that knowledge, whether you have done your IQs, we have a lot of well and lead certifications which are also done. I think somewhere that also leads to a healthier work-life balance.
We also know that the one thing that no office has enough of is meeting rooms. Right? Everyone is constantly looking for meeting rooms. And that, how do we know that? We know that not because they're complaining very loudly, we also know that because they're going somewhere and saying, these are the places that people are actually moving around, and that's where we need more open spaces. So yeah, absolutely.
So Manisha, one more question just related to encouraging women in technology is that do you think that this public-private collaborations also, maybe partnership between government or non-profits, businesses, do you think that can also promote gender equality in any way?
No, absolutely. Absolutely, no doubt about that. But I'd like to broad base this question a little bit differently and say that I would say that for anyone who's, any woman who likes to stay, whether in the real estate sector or just stay employed, it would come down to three different things. It would come down to getting skills in at least 2 geographies, in 2 different functions, so 2 plus 2 plus 2, and in 2 functions, right? That would essentially, in 2 roles, in 2 functions, and in 2 geographies, would probably help her. As employers, what we need to do, whether it's decongesting, say, a BKC, because that's where I go to work every single day, that is where, as employers, as real estate developers, as technology companies, urban planners, we can come together and say, how can I decongest that space? In fact, Anarok is working on one such assignment, coming together with several developers, saying, how can we partner with the government and say, how can I take away enough decongestion over there? So that's a classic partnership.
Yeah. So no, that is, I completely agree, because one BKC building is managed by embassy services, and I know the way the traffic congestion is there, we always keep on aligning with the police authorities and other, and I know how it happens at 6 o'clock in the evening or in morning 9 o'clock.
Or when there's a shadi.
Yeah. So, and absolutely correct, because technology anyway has to help in decongestion, because that is when you reach your homes on time, and that improves your basically work-life balance also. Shefali, coming to this point on intersection of tech disruption and traditional real estate business models, what advice you would offer to women who are navigating this?
So, first of all, I mean, probably, I know this is a women's conclave and a women's, so I would say that I think technology is gender agnostic. Any industry is gender agnostic. Yes, there is enough talk and enough spotlight on being women, being a woman leader, etc., but it is the 2 plus 2 plus 2 strategy, I think, benefits all across, especially with AI coming in and a lot of routine jobs becoming redundant. The upskilling, learning more than what one single, you know, like from a watch, right? Today our Apple watches, or most of our watches, could do multi-function. So single dimension is no longer valid. Today is an age of multi-dimensional. That is what I would look at Gen Z and say. So coming to your specific question about, technology making real estate more productive.
Yeah, so it's mainly revolving around the intersection of this, what you say, the traditional real estate business models and the tech disruption.
So in fact, I don't call it a tech disruption, and I think a case in point is WeWork itself, right? I always believe that today the buildings that we know as 10 years old, actually just 10 years back, the buildings have completely transformed. Today, every commercial building and possibly even on the high-end residential, their lobbies look like a hotel lobby, right? WeWork has completely transformed the way we work, the way we think about work, the way interpersonal skills work. So I think the good thing is that we as a generation are at a great cusp of seeing how the old is meeting the new and the future, right? So we are at the fusion generation.
Yeah, that's why we say that diversity is not only gender, it is also geography, generation. So there are 3 G's in diversity. And when we talk about inclusivity, so like diversity is just inviting someone to a party, and inclusivity is making someone comfortable to dance at a party. So it's like that. Sania, coming to you on the malls, right? With malls evolving basically from these shopping spaces to experience-driven community hubs, how do you think that technology can leverage both customer engagement and operational efficiency across Runwal's real estate portfolio?
So I would say that across, everything that we do from residential offices to malls, the thing that we are really focusing on with technology is personalization, as we discussed, and convenience. I think both operationally and for the customer. So when we talk about experiences and what today's consumer wants, from our city being, I think we've had Kailash Kher, Sanam. Sometimes I think we've become a concert venue more than we are a mall. But like farmers markets, but more than that, it's understanding which of those events is driving sales. So yes, those events are happening, but is the customer that's walking in for a farmer's market more likely to buy F&B or more likely to, go and shop as opposed to somebody that's coming in for a concert? So when we talk about data and technology, like that's where we're seeing the intersection happen, is can we profile both their propensity for entertainment with their propensity to shop and the ticket size that they're purchasing? And then when we go forward, we're actually piloting something to understand whether we can bring in the personalization that e-commerce has achieved, but into a mall environment. Today we run offers, we run promos, but can we send out very personalized offers? If I know that you like shopping at Zudio and I know you like eating at Yumi, is there something that I can combine and give to you because I've seen you come to the mall and do that multiple times? So for us, personalization is key. When it comes to home buying, I think, we were discussing about how you can even think about which kind of women will succeed in what kind of environment. With homeowners, we're looking at, okay, we get the data, but if I know you've come in 2 times with your family and you are Gujarati, are you more likely to close today with this kind of a sales manager? That's the kind of data analytics that we are looking at this year and we're already piloting at. So for us, personalization is huge, and without the kind of technology and BI tools available, this would never be possible at a large scale. And when it comes to operational efficiency, I think we spoke about, IBMS or IoT models. Like parking for us has been a huge thing. I know it sounds very small, but just ensuring that when you enter a mall, everything that operationally would cause friction, we're making it seamless and more technology efficient.
Yeah, I agree, and I think malls have done that, especially in terms of traffic congestion. And today, if you go to a mall, there is a lot of change management, I will say positive change management, even in terms of sustainability. You see EV charging stations. It was not there in earlier malls. Even the place where I stay, I have Viviana Mall, which is very closer to there. Earlier, there was a lot of traffic congestion, and now I find, at least from the back road, there is less traffic congestion. So a lot of technology is there. And one last point before I open it to the audience for any question is, I think technology also has to be simple. Many people come and say, ki, at the time when we need technology, it will not work. And when we most need it, at that time something will happen. Either your network is down or something will happen. So I just put this as an open question. Do you think technology also needs to be very simple, customer savvy, customer understands it? Because this is one of the challenges which we basically face, right?
I think you're so right. I think on one hand we say AI, and on the other hand sometimes I'm like, my Wi-Fi is not working. Where do I go? So I think it has to be easy. I think we were discussing before about how tech today understands that your consumer is not as smart, and we're seeing AI being leveraged to reduce the amount of tech and tech knowledge required, right? You have AI platforms to help you code. So you can be a layman and you can do software engineering. So technology has to be simple. I think if your user interface doesn't work, then technology is just going to fall flat.
I would like to add here,
before you were talking about smart lighting, automation and everything. But at the same time, we always have to give manual override there because there are elderly people and everyone, you know, who are using it. And so we have to really give something which is simple. So while we selecting this automation, we always have to think about how simple system we can give, you know. So there are so many products in market, like people come with fancy presentations and everything. But while choosing, we have to look at it, how it is maintainable, how it is simple, how it is user friendly. All these things we have to consider.
So that's why someone told me that if you are able to explain the technology to your grandmother and grandfather, then your technology is successful. So it should be as simple as that. Again, we talk about generation basically, right? So do we have time for audience questions?
Sir, unfortunately not. We are really, really delayed. Please give them a big round of applause. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'll request all of you to please kindly give them a big round of applause. I'll request all of you to please kindly stand up. Thank you so much. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to be inviting Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, to kindly please come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. Please give Mr. Ruhail a big round of applause once again, please. Thank you. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the silence over here is making me prompt my most favorite dialogue from movies. Itna sannata kyun hai bhai? मैं बोलता रहता हूँ whenever I see sannata, because of course these events don't expect sannata from our wonderful audience over here. Each and every moment deserves clapping and appreciation. Super stuff. I'll request all of you to please kindly come forward and pose for a nice group photograph. Yeah, with bags, without bags, how are you not a flexer, you know? Thank you so much. Taliyo ki goonj, everybody. Yes, yes, yes. That's the spirit. That's the positivity. Thank you so much. Requesting all of you to please kindly take your seats. And on that note, हम लोग request करेंगे, हाँ जी, please लेके आ जाइए. Can I request all of you to give our hotel staff a big round of applause as well, working hard right since morning, and they will continue to work hard till the end of the awards for this, so they definitely deserve a bit of pat on their back as well. We will now be quickly moving on to our real talk session, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be about celebrating the innovation and leadership of the rising stars who are shaping the future of real estate. We have two extraordinary young professionals who are not only excelling in their fields, but are also making meaningful impacts in their communities and industries. Are we done with this? We just need 3 chairs on stage. Yes. Just 3 chairs, yeah. Cool. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker for this Real Talk session leads the strategic vision and execution of the company's sales and function of Ramkey Estates and Firms Limited. He's been driving the revenue growth and strengthening its market presence. He's responsible for heading ongoing construction projects, leading new project launches, and overseeing the entire sales life cycle from strategy to execution. And most importantly, he's one of the most popular real estate influencers around, with more than 1.7 million followers on Instagram. Please give it up for Mr. Pranjal Soni. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg your pardon. I believe I've got it wrong. I've got it wrong. You know, to err is human. The great Shakespeare has said. I have kind of misaligned the introduction of another speaker with this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just go again. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker is Mr. Pranjal Soni, who's the Vice President Sales, Ramkey Estates and Firms Limited, and he's been heading the strategic vision and execution of the company's sales function, driving revenue growth and strengthening its market presence. He's responsible for heading ongoing construction projects, leading new project launches, and overseeing the entire sales life cycle from strategy to execution. I'll request Mr. Pranjal to please kindly join me over here on stage for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Pranjal Soni, Vice President Sales, Ramkey Estates and Farms Limited. And we also have with us today the Director of Dream Properties. He's a well-known, one of the most popular real estate influencers and a real estate advisor. He believes in personalizing property search to match buyers' unique preferences. Through his online presence, he keeps people informed about the latest market trends, investment opportunities, and upcoming developments with comprehensive market analysis. He has about 1.7 million followers on Instagram, one of the most popular real estate influencers around. Please give it up for Mr. Sagar Viswadia. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have Mr. Sagar over here on stage as he makes his way? Give him a big round of applause, please, everybody. And to moderate this session, we have with us today the one and only, the lady who needs no introduction, I always say when it comes to us, Sapna Srivastav, editor, Realty Plus, who is also an architect by profession and heart, but definitely that resides in her as a passion. Give it up for Sapna once again, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. This is going to be the final session of this discussion.
Thank you, Shubhajit, for all those introductions. So we have had some very fantastic panel discussions. We had a very fantastic fireside chat. So this is going to be a rapid fire session today to conclude this entire conclave. Starting with a question for both of you. How has social and digital media changed real estate? One way that social and digital media has changed real estate. Pranjal, starting with you.
Social media and digital has transformed real estate by reaching to every audience that is targeted today. It has, the days are gone when your only newspaper and your hoardings were the only way to reach to the people. Digital and things have really gone and penetrated inside the masses. And also I would like to tell you that if you change a concept, you don't need to again go and wait for the time to change the skins and all those things. It's very fast, it's very reachable. And whenever you want to communicate something, it has really become, a direct connect with whom do you want to sell. There is nobody in between. So that's how I feel like digital and social media has really come up. And also, it also defines as a builder what you are, or as a product what you are. So your Instagram page tells a lot about you. And you can really communicate very clearly and disrupt any sort of rumor that is going on in the market or X, Y, Z, etc. And really talking to the customers and understanding by their own reviews what they write and what the comments they write, you can really understand where I am going. Mm-hmm. So you can understand a lot about your own company through their comments.
Okay.
In that
so the
way,
reach, social media has directly connected you to the consumer. The feedback goes both ways.
Yep.
You can send the message out to a big chunk of audience, and you can get instant feedback as well for yourself.
No, as a builder, we can't give feedback to them. We always say them,
but you can send
good
out
guys.
your message. What
we
you
always
want to,
take feedbacks.
Yeah, Sagar, how you are in social and digital media? How has that changed real estate? One big way that it has changed.
So previously there was old traditional way of marketing through billboards and newspaper advertisements, and I, as a child, I used to read newspapers and see those real estate ads. But once the transformation came, then these online portals came. After that, the social media trend suddenly popped up during COVID when TikTok was famous. And after that, suddenly people started creating Instagram reels. And I was wondering that how would this disrupt real estate industry? But builders saw a massive sales transformation where hundreds of crores of sales started happening through promotion of reels on Instagram. And then when I thought that it's the right time to hit the social media platform. First of all, it is free of cost, and I'm a Gujarati, so I was like, let's do this. So I started promoting on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, every possible mediums. And after that, I started getting leads. And then they started getting converted, and I started making good money. I was like, wow. And after that, the social media created a massive boom. Today, I don't know whether everyone knows it or not, a real estate influencing is like more than a 5,000 crore industry. And real estate influencers, although are making a massive amount of money, and social media promotion creates a branding. In previous days, it was like, what's your website? But now people are asking, what is your Instagram? You know, people are being measured by the followers you have on your Instagram, the engagement you have, the blue tick. So it totally depends upon branding, marketing. So a lot of developers over here are still not using social media marketing as a tool. I would like to suggest them, go for it. Mahindra car, Thar Rocks, they sold in 1 hour 1,75,000 cars without any billboards, newspaper advertisements, only through influencer marketing. Right now, B6 and XCV90 got launched in 1 hour. 30,000 cars got sold only through influencer marketing. So that's how it's changing.
So basically, as per Pranjal and what Sagar said, social media has democratized the entire real estate. Now anyone, even if it's a small developer, they can have a good sales and marketing through social media, and they can reach a big audience. As Sagar said, you can if some builders are not doing it, that is what they need to do. Pranjal, what according to you are top three ways to build a successful sales strategy? You're a salesperson.
That's a secret.
Thoda sa.
Okay. No problem, no problem. We are here to share the knowledge. I do not know what works for others. I'll just tell what my experience has been and what has helped me in getting to the numbers or being, fastly selling my products is. First of all, I keep it very low. I be into the ground when I design a product. I know who my customer is. I don't fly over too high that, and I don't become too ambitious in terms of selling up my product. I understand who's my customer, what's his capacity, and who are gonna buy it. So I very clearly define the customer persona who's going to buy. I work too hard into my master plans, my floor plans, and I understand what the real news is. At what sizes people want to buy, what sizes is then to the reach, how much they can afford. And third thing is, I have never made a toxic culture in my sales team. Or whatsoever is the situation, whether it's COVID, whether the market is down, etc. I've never pushed my sales team to an extent of threat calls or any sort of things. Either I take a decision or I keep them. But I don't keep it in between. So I've always made sure that, they're always motivated in terms of the talks, the terms of money. They're always well trained. The knowledge sharing is much high into my team and they know their product very well. After that, it's the customer who decides. So these three things is where I work most hard, and I think that has helped me in reaching up the heights wherever I am at.
Fantastic. So know your customer, keep the pricing right, and keep your team motivated.
And make a good product.
And of course, the product has to be good to sell. Sagar, if I have to ask you, what are the three things, top three things that come to your mind in a way that customer behavior has changed, especially the real estate buyer?
So basically, is everyone on Instagram, by the way? Raise your hands, who all are there on Instagram? Who are not there on Instagram?
I am not there.
You should definitely install it today. Mark will feel very sad. Yeah. So yeah, download Instagram and if anyone is not following me, Sagar Visavadia and Mumbai Real Estate, you guys can follow me first. So I keep creating knowledge-based reels. Okay. So yeah, it's like a free real estate MBA. Before Niranjan Hiranandani sir comes, I tell you that because he charged like 25 lakhs for an MBA in real estate. So yeah, I am doing that free. So the three shifts that have come, first of all, it's location-centric to lifestyle-centric. Before, people used to think that how close it is to my office, how close it is to the convenience store. But after this COVID came into picture, and when people started working remotely, so they have focused on lifestyle approach, whether there are amenities or not. Lot of clients of mine reject the property just because there are no amenities in that. And right now, the convenience is so much. The metro is connecting everywhere. The train connectivity, the bus connectivity, And second airport is almost operational, which is in Navi Mumbai. And third airport, which is coming up in Palghar. So the connectivity wise, the transformation is massive, and people are preferring staying in Kharghar and Vashi, those areas, because it has a cleaner air. And now people want a good oxygen and greenery around them.
So
Okay.
amenities
Yeah.
is first
Yes.
thing.
Amenities is first thing. Secondly, it is digital decision making. I spoke with a lot of public listed companies as developers, and they keep doing road shows in Singapore, Dubai, USA, and I keep interacting with these, with these NRI investors. They buy properties of 10 crores without even looking at the property, just on the basis of a road show. So that's how digital transformation has been created through VR tours, through videos, and through influencer marketing as well. So if you want to sell your property without doing the inspection, then go for influencer marketing. Third part.
So second is they are becoming digital savvy. They are ready to do all the transaction digitally.
Yes, yes. And the third part is from investor market to end user market. After this cash thing by Modi ji, the demonetization. After that, the investor, there was a paradigm shift in investor and end user market. Lot of end users are coming now. So before, when I started my business in 2013 as a college student, there were a lot of investors in the market because there was the ratio of like 50-50, which I think is just there more in Gujarat right now, not in Mumbai anymore. So the ratio has become very less, 80-20. I hope you guys understand ratio. We should use formal words. We are in the conclave. So yeah, so due to that, the end users are more right now, and people are preferring buying a house rather than renting it out. In 2020, the rent of a 2 BHK apartment in Andheri itself, in a building like Vasant Oasis, which has all the amenities, was around 40,000. And in 2022, it reached 80,000. So if you would have bought a property in 2020 of 1.6 crores, a 2 BHK in Vasant Oasis, right now the valuation of that property is around close to 2.8 CR. So that's how the benefit is. And the banks are there to give loans. So
Fantastic.
utilize the CIBIL and buy a property.
So end user market, digital savvy customer, and the amenities, the lifestyle amenities. These are the three shifts as per Sagar, which we as the customers and the home buyers, we are seeing. Now, before we conclude this rapid fire, one thing you both are very passionate about what you do. What keeps you going? What keeps you excited about what you do? Pranjal.
Okay. What keeps me going in terms of my professional life, I'll tell. Personal life has so many other drives that keeps me going. But as a professional, being into real estate, what is the only thing that helps me jump off my bed and going to offices? I love to sell homes. I like to see people buying a home. The minute a customer buys a home, I've always observed it. There's a husband, wife, and a kid who's sitting in front of the sales guy, and when they finally give a check, when they finally fill up a booking form, it's like, okay, done. My main dream is done. You see a spark in their eyes. They're so happy. They come, they meet you, and they say, we really like the product and all those things. That happiness which it comes in their face is priceless. Whatever money I make, whatever panels I set and all those things is secondary. But my only passion is to sell homes. Whether I'm employed, non-employed, as a professional, non-professional. But I like to give people homes. Because there was a time when, I used to think I should have a home. And I felt, okay, if I can become a medium of people getting a home, what better thing can it be? And you actually cannot sell to anybody. They buy from you. You can be super honest, you can be super clear in terms of your word, you can be very, very informative in terms of what you're selling, and be very clear in your thoughts. Rest of the things, the customer is sharp enough to take a call, because nowadays the customers who have come, they're at our age. I think 35, you too young, we are same age, don't worry. So they're very young, and they're also working as market leaders in their own company, etc. So it's their own logic that they use. What they don't know is about your product. So you just have to be super honest.
Fantastic.
And people should bless you for giving up the home. That's my only drive, why I work.
Yeah, fantastic. So you like being the medium for someone to get a home. That's what keeps you, going every day, keeps you excited about
Nothing
your
else.
work.
There is no height to money.
Okay.
It's the self-satisfaction.
That's great. That's fantastic. Sagar, what about you? What keeps you excited every day?
So first of all, I agree with Pranjal ji, what he said. I was saying for real estate, property ना बेचूं तो चैन मुझे आता नहीं है और तेरे सिवा कुछ और मुझे भाता नहीं है. So that's the thing which I say to myself every day. And in school days, I was a part of a lot of curricular activities. And I used to tell people कि अगर बोलने का पैसा मिलता तो शायद से मैं आज अमीर होता. And after some time, I figure out that real estate में बोलने का पैसा मिलता है. So this is a very exciting work. A lot of people are facing issues of sleep disk these days by sitting in workplace throughout the day for 15, 18 hours. But real estate is the best work because half day you are in office and half day you are outside. Or else you can start at office, outside, again office, again outside. So that keeps you physically fit. Plus, you don't need to do cardio in the gym as well because you climb the stairs, you walk around places. So that's the best part. Apart from that, real estate is a very challenging job, I feel. I don't like work without challenges. Just imagine a boring job, waking up every morning, 9 to 6, just going home, and every month, sorry for the salaried people, fixed pay, like 50,000, 1 lakh mahina. I was like, nahi, मैं 18 घंटे काम करूँगा, लेकिन I'll add more 1 or 2 zeros to it. So that's what's motivate me. You decide your own income. That's what real estate is about. And जब मैं सब developers को देखता हूँ, उनकी Mercedes, Rolls Royce, BMW लेके, तो मुझे भी motivation आता है कि मेरा future बहुत bright होगा. And as an influencer, when I entered this industry, so here you get a lot of fame. See, I'm here right now as an influencer. So who thought that real estate influencer would be an industry or real estate people will become so popular? So whichever city I go, whichever country I travel to, the people know me before I enter there and they know my name. So you don't need an introduction because to become a success in real estate, as all these top directors were there, it takes usually 20 to 30 years. But in real estate influencing industry, it took me just 4 years and to become famous. So yeah, money, fame.
And challenge.
Yes.
Challenge of this
So
industry.
just one correction, दोस्त. सब लोग का 50,000 1 लाख नहीं होता, कुछ लोग already 6 digit में हैं.
नहीं वो तो है ही यार.
Being
सब directors लोग हैं. But yeah, it's like जैसे कि अगर 10,000 करोड़ की कंपनी बनानी है सर, तो उसके लिए तो आपको business करना ही पड़ेगा.
उसके लिए land खरीदना आना चाहिए.
बस सर अभी मैं ढूंढ रहा हूँ, चालू है.
Okay, so we'll take this discussion offline. We need to discuss this. But yes, one thing that comes here is we have these young rising stars of Indian real estate. They are very passionate about what they do. They are ready to take up challenges, and they are not shy about making, admitting that we are here to make money. We want to do things to make money for ourselves, but also to make other people happy with what we do.
Yes, so a lot of people over here, I would just like to tell one thing, कि आप जब भी एक फ्लैट बेच रहे हो या कुछ भी कर रहे हो, एक अच्छी भावना होना बहुत जरूरी है. Every day in the morning I pray to God and leave the house कि हे भगवान आज मुझे आप आशीर्वाद दो कि हर इंसान को जिसको एक घर लेने की तमन्ना है उसको मैं अपने सपनों का घर दिला सकूं. That's what my company name is, Dream Properties. I want to make their dreams come true.
Fantastic. I think we couldn't have concluded on a better note than this. Thank you, Sagar. Thank you, Pranjal, for this very rapid fire questioning that you took so very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. These are our next gen leaders. Please give them a big round of applause. I'll request Sapna to kindly give away the token of appreciation to our esteemed guests over here. Can we have the token of appreciation on stage, please? Please give both of them a big round of applause. They definitely deserve every bit of it. Ladies and gentlemen, the next gen leaders already leading today, already going to be leading tomorrow, and the many more days to come. Please give both of them big round of applause, everybody. Yes, thank you. That's how we do it. We'll do a nice group photo with the three of them together once all the mementos are being done. Thank you, Sapna, for this session. Thank you so much, Mr. Pranjal, for coming. Thank you so much, Mr. Sagar, for being with us over here. We'll do a nice group photograph with all three of you, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would like to take a moment to thank all our incredible speakers for the day for making this edition of the Realty Plus Women Icon Awards, Conclave and Awards 2025 truly, truly exciting, insightful and thought-provoking. A big thank you to all of you for being such a fabulous audience throughout. I have one bit of an announcement. All the people who are staying back during the awards, I request all of you to please kindly re-register yourselves for the awards. We would now like to take a short break as this hall is going to be undergoing a quick transformation for the awards evening that's set to unfold in the next few minutes. So see you all on the other side. Thank you so much for making this a grand success. And all the guests who are here for the awards as well, just a bit of a gentle reminder, please kindly re-register yourself for the awards that's set to take place later in the evening. Thank you so much. See you all very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, this hall is going to be getting a bit of a makeover, so I'll request all of you to please kindly vacate the auditorium so that we can come back soonest in the next 15 minutes. I request all of you to please kindly vacate the auditorium so that we can get the hall a new makeover for the awards evening that's set to unfold in the next few minutes. I request everybody to please kindly vacate the auditorium so that we can move forward with the hall makeover and get going in the next few minutes.